Let's get things started, shall we? First, Twitter. Also, I can sit on there, just so that way the polar bear can greet people. Guess Les needs a bit more of a hug. Going live with Berseria. Berseria. Don't mind the polar bear on entrance. I was rushing before stream to get the mount on characters. Link bio. And VTuber, Automatuber. Edgelord 10. Up. Let's get going. Order of operations. Gonna be tackling a bit more of Berseria. I believe we're getting closer to the game. So let's push a good stopping. Alrighty then. Time to begin the advertising. Hey, cool, they're actually using the small icons today. That's nice. Oh, hey there, Non. No, I just figured I would leave the polar bear up while I was getting things set up at the moment. No, but currently what's showing is Final Fantasy XIV, just because I was rushing before stream to unlock this mount on 6 characters. So, I figured I may as well... Oh, no, I didn't, because my eyes didn't actually see the pun. But I definitely appreciate it. I kind of wish I just caught it beforehand. But yes, this is Tales of Berseria, or Berseria. So welcome, Non. Hopefully things are going well for you so far. I am just setting things up. Because technically speaking, I did want to start things off with a bit of a bear. And I mean, this is a good way to get going, right? I think I ended up deleting that one. Yeah, this is the new mount they introduced in Final Fantasy XIV today. So, figured I may as well leave that up for now, at the very least. Get rid of that one. Just so that people's things aren't too flooded back. Fine. But how are you doing so far, Non? Have you been able to enjoy your Friday overall? Or are you just kind of dying in the heat like everyone kind of is right now? Let's here. What's this one? Some VTuber servers end up changing up a little bit, but I'm thinking this is a dragon who changed to a cat. I'll have to actually check in with Ray at some point just to see what's going on there, but that's fine. That's Friday, I'm staying somewhat cool, got a little bit of work left, but I can watch and do other things at the same time. Okay. Well, hopefully your work doesn't take too much longer, just because working super late on a Friday is never too fun. I know I kind of had the pleasure of the person who's supposed to be sending me work to, lighten my load just didn't do any of that today. So I spent the last hour of my day just kind of tackling the rest of that. It's going to be fun. Interesting. It's not super late. It's still 4 p.m. here. Okay. Yeah, I keep forgetting y'all are on the, Interesting. Should probably double check with who that is, actually. I don't know. Yeah, hopefully it's not too bad overall. If it's 4 p.m., that doesn't seem like too rough, at the very least. That's not what I wanted. I wanted Discord. Because I want to toss. There is a brain, please. Unfortunately, with it being as hot as it is, my brain's a little bit melted today as well. Only realistically so much I can do about it, unfortunately. But we try our best, right? Promotion. There we go. That's not bad. Gonna make some lemonade. Okay. Yeah, lemonade's always good when it's this hot. There we go. A bit better. Now then, what are all these tags for? Nothing I need to worry about. Hey there, Viper. Welcome, welcome. Yeah, I kind of was rushing before stream to get the polar bear on 6 characters, so I figured I would leave up my crystal character while I was getting my advertising done and out of the way. But how are things going on your end so far? Are you able to enjoy your Friday? Probably help if I launched Steam, wouldn't it? Tales of Berseria. There we go. It's too bad we don't have many like bears in Tales of Berseria, but still neat. Got my bear and got my, I believe that's the robot. Because I'm a sellout. Well, I mean, you don't necessarily need to be a sellout. They're trying to make those games be a little bit more approachable for everything else. So can't really fault it for that. But hopefully you enjoy that mount. I have seen a couple people kind of going along with it so far, so hopefully you can enjoy. There we go. Now, from what I recall, I am decently far into the game. So it's gonna be not too bad, at least catching up with everything else. Oh, nice. I don't recall, actually, starting a new area. But I guess I did. Yes. Sure, that works. Where's my controller? Because Tales of games are usually easier in controller than keyboard and mouse. There we go. That's a bit better. Let's just see, what did we need to do here? We needed to actually rest at the inn here. So, just a little bit of plot to go through, then we get back into some fights. That'll be nice. Yeah. Hopefully everyone's been enjoying their Fridays overall so far. I know that we will have a bit of stuff to work through since we're getting kind of close to the secondary last Therian. We kind of killed the first one, so, whoops. Only so much we can realistically do about that, but oh well. Well, let's just see. Didn't quite get as much story on Magulu as I was hoping we'd get during that last section, but kind of have a rough idea about what she's been doing during this whole story, and I think that's probably enough to at least give us the right idea for her.
I'll make that same bet. 10,000.
But I think... Oh, so you probably saw the bit I was wondering if you saw. I don't recall offhand, actually. But we did fight Melchior already. And we're fairly close to that point, I believe. Trying to figure out if you're past a bit I like without straight up asking. Okay. Last event I recall is that we kicked Melchior's ass and we went through the Earth Pulse dimension where he's keeping all the dragons trapped. But other than that, we're not super far past that point, I don't think. Hello. Absolutely exhausted. Please give us some rest. And also I have a decent amount of gold right now. Oh goody, we have our nightmare again. Or is this just a regular dream since Cetus can talk to us?
So, should I think of you as my sister? I'm a Mala from Ceres. I've inherited Celica's memories, that's all.
Hmm.
And that doesn't make you the same person? What exactly
I'm glad that they're asking the slightly existential questions with this one. Now that at least we have the confirmation that Cetus and Laphicet are
if you're
Celica and the unborn child,
the same person anymore?
then that at least confirmed what I thought, but it didn't quite confirm that all Moloch are just reborn humans, just some of them are.
Without question, sacrificing my own flesh and blood. What about me?
So interesting that they did at least confirm partially that that was a possibility. But it is weird that it happened 3 times in the story already. In whatever happened to Silva. Because Silva had the same power level as Laphicet did, so... I don't know. That's going to be a weird point with Silva. I know we kind of just left Silva with, like, old school Laphicet, but only so much we can do. Well, probably easier to just call Laphicet, or Fee, and then old Laphicet as Innominat.
Why did your memories return? I don't know. I've heard that very rarely Malachim can regain the memories of their previous lives.
But Innominat is a bit of a dick. I'll give it that much.
For the pain I brought to you all.
Oh, Celica, don't worry. You did fine.
The less I can forgive Artorias. My hatred of him has grown so deep, I'm not Celica anymore.
Oi.
As Ceres, I can never bring back the Arthur that I loved.
No, unfortunately, the Arthur that you loved kind of fell to despair.
You can.
He experienced Danganronpa in the worst way possible and became the main villain, so only so much he can realistically do about that.
I know. I will stop him. Forgive me, Velvet. I've pushed everything.
Oh, don't worry, Cetus. All things considering, like, we were gonna go and murder him, even if it wasn't for you. You just kind of helped us start that fire, which is nice.
I'm glad that once I could be Laufey's sister, and Celica and Arthur's sister as well.
Yay.
I was happy.
We could be a family for a little bit. Although I do question how much of Cetus's consciousness is still within Velvet, considering how long ago she actually ate her. Oh, why are we smoky? Like, I get that we're one of the Therians, but...
Velvet.
Okay, went to your VOD double check.
Should you
Okay.
be up so soon?
Yeah, but
Stay back.
What's going on with me?
It's finally come to this.
Or are we becoming that last
After
thing?
all, I chose my revenge over a world of peace.
You did pass my favorite bit, the bit that took Laufey from a mech character to holy heck, I love this kid.
Velvet.
Yeah, the
You're
fight between
demon
Fee and Innominat, I'm assuming.
It doesn't change that you have beautiful hair.
Aww. That's so heartwarming. I'm still wondering why we're covered in purple haze, though.
Laufey said the same thing to me a long time ago. He gave me this comb.
And him and Eisen basically yelling at Velvet to snap the heck out of her funk. Oh. Okay, okay.
Even still,
I mean, when you boil it down, everything's kind of a JoJo reference anyways. But welcome, Leah. Hopefully you're surviving, and if not, hopefully you're having a good coffee at the very least. JoJo's one of those things I feel like I only know so much about because I've dove so heavily into, like, essay videos, basically, just describing all of the stands.
I'll place my hand on the wheel and chart
Like, explaining stands, explaining plot points, and the meme videos of, like, the entirety of JoJo Part 4, but really fast. Which, Viper, I know, like, you mainly showed me in our server there, but those are funny videos, actually.
A compass.
No, I haven't really had the time to watch JoJo's, unfortunately. Just because from what I recall, like, what years was JoJo originally airing in? Like, I mean, not necessarily the first couple parts, but what about, like, Stardust Crusaders? Am I saying the right side point of that?
I'm going. I've got to stop him.
Because I know...
What's going on?
I'm really bad with remembering names. I know Part 4 is Diamond is Unbreakable. Part 5 is Golden Wind.
Yeah. For now.
Huh?
JoJo's is amazing just for the memes, but I honestly just have entertainment by the anime itself. Okay. And then Parts 1 and 2 I don't remember the names of, but I remember Jonathan being the star of 2, and then the blue-haired guy being the star of Part 1. Yeah, Battle Tendency and Phantom Blood, I can just never remember those names.
Is a demon?
It bounced off the first season like 3 times. I know it picks up later, but the first season just doesn't work for me. Yeah, Battle Tendencies didn't necessarily work the best for folks from what I recall, because I know a lot of people kind of got picked up with JoJo's within Stardust Crusaders, where Stan stuff started. But the problem is that's where Stan stuff started, so folks got used to the Stan stuff, and then if you try going back to Part 1 with Amon, then you get a little bit confused by all the actual mechanics of the universe. And yeah, Part 1 is from the 80s, so it's not exactly like... it's not exactly the easiest one to watch if you're used to modern stuff. Yeah. Sometimes it's hard for an anime not to show its age, but like, for the 80s, Battle Tendencies can still technically hold up. Yeah, unfortunately it does still kind of set the stage for 2. Fuck, did I get names wrong? Is Jonathan not 2? Or is Jonathan 1? Because the grandpa is 2. The grandpa from Stardust Crusaders and Diamond is Unbreakable is... Wow, I'm really bad at this. Look, y'all know me enough by now, my memory is shit. Yeah, Jonathan's 1, Joseph is 2. And he shows up again in 3 and 4, right. I at least remembered one of their names, like... All things considered, considering I haven't even watched the show, that's better than I can normally do. Also, doesn't his stand change from 3 to 4 to some extent? Or does Hermit Purple stay the same between 3 and 4? I don't quite recall. Because obviously he's got the Hamon in 2, but then he just gets Hermit Purple in 3, and it's just like, he punches a Pamra. Yeah, he's a little too old in 4, but I swear he uses it like once or twice because Hermit Purple's actually kind of a good stand. Yeah, because by the time Part 4 happens, he's like in his 80s, isn't he? Or he's just getting fairly senile. He also kind of sort of cheated on his wife. I mean, yeah, that'll happen, but didn't his wife also have one of Dio's children? I don't quite remember, actually. Although I don't think it was kind of his choice. Oh. Battle Tendency is from 2012, but the manga is from the 80s. Yeah, that's a better way to explain that. Lots of things like that happen off camera in order to make more JoJo's. Yeah, that's true. Just because I know the protag of Golden Wind is one of the sons of Dio, isn't he? Jirno? I swear he was one of the direct descendants of Dio, or like 1 degree of separation off. Yeah, because that's why he's blonde, but he's still technically a JoJo because of Jonathan's body, but Dio's essence. Yeah, that's right. I really should just watch it. I'm not sure why I'm trying to explain it off of, like, the knowledge that I have about anything. I just know the stands are fun, and I would probably enjoy the actual universe if I have the time for it. But all of it's on Crunchyroll, right? So I should have pretty easy access to it. It's worth watching, but to each their own, and time is always an issue. Yeah, unfortunately. Since I am kind of doing full-time work and streaming, and my current living situation, which is me, and me, myself, and I. So, overall, I don't have the most amount of time on my hands, unfortunately. I'm one of those people who insist people well, yeah, I don't necessarily mind watching parts 1 and 2. I know Battle Tendency still holds up relatively well, just I would need to actively watch it. Also, I wasn't actually listening to what we needed to do there. A lot of people are like, watch JoJo in order, no skipping. But, like, I just want a Spark Notes version of Season 1. And I want to stab. Don't worry about it too much, Leah. Like, I know it's not going to work for everyone. That's why I'm usually just, like, watch it at any point. It's 8 episodes. It's that short. Season 1 is the easiest one to Spark Note. Yeah, that's true, because that was one of the first stories actively told. There we go. So, it wasn't like the harder one to really sum up. Theo bad, Joseph good. Amon is powerful. Yeah, because when in doubt, light exists, and when you're fighting vampires, light tends to be a fairly easy weapon to use. And then you get to part 2, and then Haman is just like, oh yeah, by the way, the main character's a smartass. So, have fun with that. Yeah, vampires are also powerful and bad, but vampires. And from what I recall, Killerman is part 2, right? Battle Tendencies is mainly the fight between Jonathan and Dio, I think. Yeah, John's a pally, Joseph's a trickster. Joseph is... not Joseph. God, Jotaro, that's his name. Jotaro is the monk, or the rogue, technically, at least by attitude. So if I don't skip it, that means I just won't watch JoJo at all. Yeah. I don't know. I don't really hold... Oh, jeez. Well, that was painful. You can also get the key parts of JoJo's 1 plot just by watching 1, 2, 3, and 10. I mean, that's not too bad. But you can totally find easy peasy short summaries online. Yeah, I'd imagine there's probably like a half-hour video just summarizing part 1 if you need it. I know a lot of people, at least from what I could understand at the very least, a lot of people probably ended up just starting with Stardust Crusaders overall, which isn't necessarily a bad place to start since it is the start of stand battles instead of Haman. So it is a good place to start, technically, since you just remove the battle system for 1 and 2. Oh yeah, that's gotta exist and give you the important parts. Oh yeah, definitely. Alright, so where am I going here? Follow Zavid through the Bared Marsh. Okay, we're going all the way over there. Do we have a quick way? We do technically, so... No, that's not the button for it. That's better. We needed our surfboard. That said, 1 and 2 have no interest. Kick it up to 3. But main... Hold on. Main port in 2... The main... My eyes really suck with Twitch chat at times. Oh, no, that's the wrong way. Main part in 2 is powerful, Mine Joseph is fun. Yeah, because the, like, part 2, an easy summation of part 2 is functionally, these fights are not just fist fights, and they get very creative with how they actually hold up with everything. So, when it comes down, whoops. When it comes down to it, Joseph is the example of like, hey, you know how you win a fight? You can up the font size. Yeah, you can, admittedly. Let's see. No. I'm just using a spare Microsoft Edge window and just have that on the side of everything because the chat log in OBS is too small. And I like having the actual chat on my side so I can access channel points if anything really goes wrong. but I just kind of put it up to 150% zoom, so it's probably a bit easier for me to actually read things, just it's less of a log, so if anything goes quickly, I'd miss it. Which I guess is a concern, but I think my chat's slow enough for now that I can keep up. Jonathan is, I'm strong because I'm a good person and good people are strong. Yeah, he's the paladin, that's pretty much it. And Joseph is, I'm smart heck and thinking 20 steps ahead of your fools. Yeah, basically. Jonathan is the guy who would challenge you to 4D chess only to throw a rock in your eyes and say, haha, I win.
We have to hurry. Zavid's all alone.
Well, he's not exactly an ally. He's got his own creed. Remember the White-Horned Dragon? He might try to protect Ifrid.
So Eisen might too, right? This is Ifrid
there we go.
we're talking about. So
But part 2 sets it up very well for the puzzle fights, functionally, when it comes down to the end of it all.
Can't bring him back to being human. There has to be
Said I wear glasses. Does my prescription need updating?
If he's alive, he'll never be himself
Probably.
again.
It's been a while,
And the rest of his crew.
but I haven't been to an optometrist in a while, and I don't quite remember what I need to do for that.
plan to do.
And eye exams are not exactly covered by my insurance, I believe.
We might have to fight him.
So I'd have to look into it, but it has been a while, and I kind of like my glasses.
But
Joseph fights are playground fights. Whoops. My force field blocks your death ray, except it actually pans out. Yeah, that's basically it with Joseph. And that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's honestly just fun to watch, and it's why part 2 probably comes off as a bit more comedic than anything else. I'd imagine part 1 ends up being technically serious at the end of the day, but part 2 is just kind of like, hey, look. Funny, haha. What? There we go. Too bad you can't just zoom over those, but oh well. I'm fine with comedic. Part 1 is boring. Yeah. I can't really fault you for that, Non. It would be nice if it could pick up a little bit, but it's an older one, so... It's an older one in his first one, so I'm not really gonna fault it too hard. 1 is funny because things are reacted to so over the top. 2 is at least to be actually funny. Yeah. And that's probably why 2 is a bit easier for folks to watch overall compared to 1. Correct me if I'm wrong, but parts 1 through 5 are on Crunchyroll, right? At the very least 3 is on there. I remember seeing it, but are like the other parts on there too? I don't quite remember who actually owns the rights to that series. No, Tree. Alright, Tree, you actually want to do something? No, okay. They were, last time I checked, about 5 months ago. Okay. So then I probably have a decent way to watch it. Oh, but if you watch dubbed JoJo's, you're dead to me. Oh yeah, there is a dub for JoJo, isn't there? Wouldn't that be on Funny?
Stop.
This Crunchy usually doesn't dub things.
This is Ifrid.
Hey, Pirate Captain.
Why didn't you fight back?
Ifrid. She pulled me back from the brink.
I mean, like,
I owe him.
I make a case for some anime
It's
for
my
the dub.
duty to bring him back.
Like, personally speaking, I have a bias towards the dub of Spice and Wolf, just because I prefer the deeper voice on Holo compared to the kind of classic,
Change my creed?
What
like,
do you think,
high-pitched
Ifrid?
voice that the— oh, well, later, buddy. Konosuba I don't fully agree with. I kind of prefer the sub for that one. But Panty and Stocking and Baccano I definitely like.
Going after kids now.
Oh, right, because the copyright names. I forgot about that.
Risked their lives by your side. Zavid's an idiot, but he stands by his beliefs.
Oh.
I won't let anyone trample their creeds. Even you!
Hey, look at Eisen being a badass. And of course it's Ifrid, so he's got the goddamn gun. And that's probably how he actually becomes a problem. Yeah, because he's just got the gun now.
Ifrid.
Oh well.
And now, it's time to pay it back!
Having the aviators on Eisen during this is probably not great because he'll probably cry, but let's see here. Weak to being punched, no actual element. Party setup is quite bad at the moment, actually. Because we don't have a healer. Oh well. Yeah, that's actually really awful. Why is the party set up like that? No. So, if we do this... No, that just changes out Rokuro. That's not helpful at all. So that changes out Rokuro for Magilou, and then we just need to get... There we go. That's better. Alright, now let's actually catch up here. Things like Bad Company and Worse Company. Yeah, like, the name changes weren't great, but... it would be nice to keep them all, because isn't, like, Red Hot Chili Peppers one of the main ones we have to worry about with part... Well, no, Red Hot Chili Peppers is part 4, isn't it? Let's see, we just need to actively hit him, so... what is our active hitting things? Rising Moon, and... I think Fire is fine, so we can probably do Infernal Torrent. Yeah, Red Hot Chili is part 4. I gotta at least remember that much. Ow. Rude. Most of the anime I still watch dubbed are from my childhood that I only watched that way for nostalgia, which makes sense. Kinda hard to fight some of them. Especially if you watched Bebop exclusively in English when you were younger for pretty much the full thing anyways. Oh. Alright, well he's just got good ways of actually taking out our crystals, so that's good. There we go, that's a bit better. And I kinda hate how oh god. Well, sorry Velvet, you're gonna take a bit of a grunt there. Like, to each their own, watch what you like, but I'll defend the average quality of dubs these days. Counts as undead? Oh no, just Therianized. Okay. Yoink. That's better. The days of most dubs are bad are long past. Yeah, like, it's nice to know that the quality of dubs has gone up significantly more from the past few years. Just because if you look back to things to, like, what is it, Ghost Trick? That was not exactly a good time for people. There we go. And it's very nice that both options are generally easy to locate and enjoy. That's also true. Just because I know Funny is weirdly selective with their dubs and subs, where I was kind of talking with our friend Grim earlier about a show called not Gundam, Dimension W, I believe it's called, where the dub is available for free, but the subs you need a membership for? Why would the subs need a membership when Funny's putting more work into the actual dub of the show? Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Because, like, it kind of makes sense, since, like, they have to still buy the rights to the subs, but they have to actively put work into the dubs. Yeah, I think I just got at least I ended up getting used to subs a bit more overall, because I didn't want to pay for multiple streaming services, so I ended up staying to Crunchyroll fairly often. Ooh. Hey, there we go, we got the fun one. That didn't kill him, though. That's sad. Rude bastard. I feel like however I start a show is how I want to keep going with it. Yeah, that's fair. Please just die. There we go. Got him. Well, yeah, admittedly supporting Crunchyroll isn't necessarily a good thing, but I just didn't want to support like 7 companies. So I just picked the one that I got the cheapest plan on. Oh, hi Lofty. Hi Fee. Of course you go after Fee first.
Taking hostages now.
I'm sorry.
Crunchyroll does have a little bit of bad rap to it, so I can't really fault you on that, Leah. It's just kind of the one I was roped into first, and I didn't really feel like changing it at the moment.
You've grown. You're a man now.
Hmm.
Family, friends, everything I ever
Aye.
tried to hold on to. All of it trickled away.
Because Funny owns Crunchyroll now, doesn't it? Because that was just a purchase, that wasn't really a partnership. I know one I was always curious about, which I never checked if Canada got access to it, was Verve, I think? Basically the one that just kind of sublets the 4 of them together. So you could watch things on... Oh, hey, he can talk. That's good. I'm surprised he can still talk in that state.
We're friends, right?
How can you catch that? He's alive. I just punched him in the stomach. At least I hope I punched him in the stomach and he didn't die from that. Oh. Come on, Laffy. Yes! Good job, Laffy said. Just burned away the Therian from him.
Changed back into a human?
Okay, I'm glad he was able to actually unlock that, because it was kind of hinting towards the fact that Fee could do that for a while. But...
I'm sorry. If I only knew.
Oh, come on.
Use my power.
He's really immune to the plot. We just don't have the plot shield on Ifrit anymore.
Didn't you say you were prepared for anything?
Oh well. Yeah, I've tried to stay away from actually Yarharing lately. If only because I've had bad luck searching and I'm just too lazy to find anything, to be completely honest. And honestly, if it's just easier to click, then I'll just click for the one time. I used to do a lot of it back in the day, and I just don't care anymore. It got annoying.
Seal off his domain?
I probably should pay attention to the story here as well. And I'm going to assume that this is the quote-unquote boss rush you were talking about, Non, where I'm going to have to fight these 4 of the Empyreans. Yeah, Kiss getting the boot was a bit of an issue overall. I know there are plenty of options out there, but you gotta be careful with them, unfortunately. And sometimes I'm just too tired to be careful with them, so I just don't really want to risk it anymore.
I won't apologize. You shouldn't. I'm grateful. You always kept things from getting done.
Oh. Welcome Raiders, and welcome Mousy. Hopefully things are going well. To any new viewers, my name is Jude, your Judicial Utility Droid Mark III. Here to provide folks with a comfy time while we chat and chill and get through some games I've been wanting to finish. Okay, I didn't quite know what game you were playing today, but Bloons 6 is definitely a fun one to work with. Were you finally able to get some collabing in?
I owe you one, Zavid.
Beat Saber followed by Bloons. Okay, that would definitely make sense.
But you went and killed him.
What chance did we have to bring him back?
I see you will settle the score between me and your...
Well, yeah, I'd imagine Beat Saber kind of eats your soul, unfortunately. But all things considered, it's still fun that you got the chance to actually play it. I'm afraid to ask how many hours you actually got into it, but if you need to go past so, it's definitely understandable. It's like, what time is it actually for you? Be close to like 4 in the morning right now, wouldn't it? 3, 4 in the morning? Makes sense. Mic check, 1, 2.
Mic check, 1, 2.
Oh, I mean, we can do that. There we go. almost 1 a.m. Okay, I'm pretty bad with the time. But have a good night, Mousy. Hopefully you enjoy your rest, and I'll talk with you tomorrow. Oh, we actually got quite a lot of things mastered. Bottomless. Oh. We're actually getting that. Okay, we have to be near endgame if we're getting the infinite, like, return bottle. That's actually kind of nice for backtracking.
So, we need to wait
Oi.
for 4 elemental Empyreans?
I am definitely not a robot, fellow
Dunno.
human.
Maybe you
Beep
tickle their
boop.
divine footsies with a feather until they... You're back.
Oh,
And you're looking better.
did you really just completely knock over Magilu,
We
Benwick?
him. Benwick. He...
Let me tell him. The rest of you,
Hmm.
find Grimoire and ask her about the 4 Empyreans.
Also, thank you very much for the coolant and joint realignment. Oi.
Sure?
Do it. He gave us this chance. We can't waste it.
Night-night, Mousy. Enjoy your rest. Hopefully you sleep well. Especially since your rigging is going to be done relatively soon. Oh, that's the expedition. That's not a skit. Just some fluffy milk and a leak, and we've got the Centurions going already. Sad that we're still looking for a few things here anyways, so... It'll be nice to see you up and moving around, so that'll be a fun point. So, I guess I can kind of show it off now too, can't I? At least technically speaking. 1 second. Up. Do. Do I actually have that set up? I don't think I do. So, best way to actually show that. I'm assuming CSP isn't actually going to go over top of anything right now, because CSP is done like that. Yeah, CSP is done like that. That's always good. But, where would I have put it? That's a better question. I just toss it in here and was lazy. No. Wasn't too lazy. Hell did I put that? No, not that. How far back did I put CSP? Because it should be behind a few things. No, I'm late, but I can't stay to watch because work. I want to stop by and say hi. Well, welcome, Jasper. All good that you can't stay. Work is definitely a little bit more important, so hopefully work goes well for you, and hopefully it's not too bad. Hopefully you can at least stay relatively pop effect. Is pop effect. Weird. Hopefully work goes well for you. Did I just like delete my CSP thing? Huh. Or is CSP just under something else? And I'm just that blind. Not that. That's probably Cuphead. Weird. CSP is silly. I'll just do this the slow way. 1 second. Where is all of the head layers? Face, hair, hair. Collar is fine. Go. Get rid of all of that. And then get rid of all of that. Then get rid of all that. And the headphones. Where are those? Bop, bop. Although collar back is kind of important. There we go. File, export, PNG. Creation. There we go. That's a bit better. Big file though, so it might take me a quick second. Up, don't save. Image. Test 1. Then go to here, 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 and here. Yeah, it's a bit bigger than one would think. But that just that way I can be a little bit sneaky with it. There we go. But look what I got in my email the other day. Oh, that didn't work very well. Try that again. Come on. Not that scuffed of a streamer. I can resize an image. Yeah. Come on. I think that should be fine. But look what I got in my email the other day. I got the files. Now I need to start fucking working on rigging this nonsense. So that's gonna be fun. Yeah. Dillahans are cute. No, I'm probably not going to be doing rigging streams. I have to learn a program. That's not going to be fun, trust me. But at the very least, Reichen's done, so that means one of my characters is a bit more realized, which means I have quite a lot of work to do. Like, don't get me wrong, Non, I'm sure you'd love to watch me learn. I wouldn't like to show it is more so the problem, because I get a little bit pissy while I'm learning. Dillahans are the cutest type of monster girls. Well, everyone does have their tastes. I'm not really going to argue against that. I know I don't have, like, a favorite type of monster girl, at least by definition, but Dillahans are up there.
To see Laviset? We won't know until we try.
Boy. But Dillahans obviously hold a bit of a closer place in my heart, obviously with my neck issues, and I do have ties with Irish culture, just due to my family lineage. So, Dillahan DJ kind of made the most sense as a character that I could represent myself with aside from robots. And yes, they are head and shoulders above the rest. Thank you very much, Viper. All monster girls are cutest monster girls. Yeah. Yeah. Dillahan's normal girls without a head and barely count as a monster girl. I mean, you're not exactly wrong, Leia. I'm not really gonna fight that. Like, all things considered, the only difference between a Dullahan and a human is the fact that their heads are not attached. They're technically a spirit entity, and they're supposed to be Grim Reapers. So that's really the only real difference. So I don't really count them as monster girls, quote-unquote. By general definition of the audience right now, they are counted as monster girls, but they're just, like, spirits. Like, as a stretch, you could say they're the undead, but yeah, saying that they're a monster girl gets a little bit silly if you've been around for long enough. It's kind of just like lumping together a lot of topics into each other and then just defining it by one thing. Kind of like how... What's a good definition for this? Like how isekai ended up becoming a genre instead of just a plot description. You mean like VTubers. Yeah, can't exactly argue against that, to be honest. But overall, VTubers functionally speaking, are just people who stream with an avatar now, instead of the various blocks between everyone. Since we've got people who are purely role-playing a character, you've got people who are just being themselves with an avatar, and you've got people who are being shitters, and all the various in-betweens for the whole VTubing community as a whole.
Where's the nearest life spring?
Our best bet would be Mount
But
Killihouse.
overall, like, the definition of things ends up getting combined
Done.
into each other, which makes sense with how the human language ends up working anyways. But, either way, Dullahans are fun. And obviously, with my neck feeling broken all the time, I won't lie, I have had dreams in the past where I've just become a Dullahan by accident by snapping my own neck. So, I just have a few reasons for why I like Dullahans more than most of the other kind of spirit entities in the world. Otherwise, if I was actually going to be a quote-unquote Monster Girl VTuber, I would do the Spider Girl that I had earlier, which would be impossible to make in Vroid. And I'd never actually figured out how I would do that in Blender, so... Oh, there's the Wanton Devil. Are we missing any, by the way? Nope, cool, we got everything. Sweet. Let's save. Also, can you guys actually hear the game at all? I know it's quiet on my end. And because I never did my audio test because I was rushing myself a little bit. Alright, phone, come here. I want to play my own stream. It is really quiet? Okay, that's kind of what I was thinking. Do. Turn that up to like 70. That should probably work a little bit better. I have the audio way down because I have a massive headache. Yeah, no worries about that, Leah. I just want to make sure it balances out more than anything. But I do know that the fights can get a little bit awkward at times. Here, I'm not actually clicking the window. There we go. Hence why I'm here and not streaming. No, that's definitely fair, Leah. As long as things can stay relatively comfy on your side, that's what matters the most.
Huh? Why would we have a grudge against you guys? The first mate fought like the first mate.
Okay.
Captain died like the
Yeah, that's
captain,
quiet,
right?
but it's audible at the very
And
least.
no swabby here can blame you for what happened. We're Ifrit's pirate.
All right. The ship's in your hands.
Aye, aye. You can count on us.
I could probably turn it up a little bit more, though.
The Von Eltia looks the same as ever.
But it feels
Actually,
utterly
no,
different,
because the
doesn't it?
fights will end up being
Yeah.
supremely loud, so...
Even Ben
We have
was hoping
subtitles.
he'd been
That
crying.
honestly should be okay.
Imagine. But if we let ourselves despair now,
Do you
we'd be a
have any,
disgrace
like,
to Ifrit's
helpful
creed.
tricks for
We
yourself,
have to
Leah, at the very
swallow our
least, on how to
anger
deal
and
with your
grief
headache?
and
Just because I know
sail on.
personally, like, lack of
Following a
light,
creed isn't always
and
pleasant.
while I can't do it
We
right
must do
now,
what we must.
but usually
won't
speaking,
allow
I
Abby
like
to do things
compressing
like
my
this.
head, or
Destroying someone like that.
I guess for
turning
lack
one
of better
into a puppet.
terminology, freezing my head is a
unimaginable.
better way of putting it.
Still, a heart can
Advil.
never be
God, I
fully
wish
bridled.
Advil actually
It
worked
can
for
be
me.
shattered, but never
Oh
erased
boy, I
entirely.
really wish Advil
Ifrit
actually worked for
proved
me.
that.
Right.
But hey, if
His
Advil
body's
helps,
gone,
then
But he
good
lives
on you.
through
Hopefully
his
it does.
crew. Magilu is right. What lives in one's heart can never be erased.
But that is kind of,
Yeah.
well, I guess I can kind of
The
talk
heart
about
is
it now
eternal.
anyways. That is kind of one of the reasons I do like the winter so much, is solely because it actually helps me with headaches. And just the feeling that the cold has on me as a, like, person. And I can say that because I don't have the robot filter on right now. But the feeling of winter on my body is a good thing. And at least that's how it equates in my head, which I don't fully know if I can explain. It might honestly just be masochism, but I could be wrong. I don't know. But just being cold is very much more comfortable than... I guess we're going to Hellevese. Just being cold is better for me than being hot. So winter is just overall a better feeling. Huh? Cutscene. Alright. Ooh. Anna was just posting the screenshot last night, so I'm actually getting pretty close to her. I guess every Therian is just kind of on the ship, or at least the main ones are.
I see. Orichalcum or not, Stormquell snapped
Oh.
like a twig.
Cuckoo.
Afraid so.
Yeah.
It was Innominat who did it.
I figured the...
But I think she
I don't remember what they're called, actually, but they have, like, a specific species of bird for their actual conversations, don't they?
Forgive me. I thought I had found clarity, but it was only foolish pride.
Ah,
You should
better.
be proud. You are, without a doubt, the greatest swordsmith in the world. I'm looking forward to your next blade.
Even now.
Good
you
job,
would still
friend.
place your trust in
Gotta
me.
support the headless.
Of course. Is there any other swordsmith who could craft a blade out of orichalcum?
Yeah, like,
You're
to
a
be fair,
master
you
of the
forged
art,
with one of the
a
hardest metals in the
visionary who spent
world. You're not
centuries
exactly like a
working to
slouch
forge
by
a
any stretch of
blade
the
of legend.
imagination, buddy.
I'm honored to know you.
You really gotta realize that, like, sure, your blade snapped, but, like, you still
Unless,
made a
of course,
blade
you've
out
given
of
up on making a sword to
pretty
surpass
awful
Stormbound.
materials to work with.
Does this look like the face of a man who's given up?
Yes, actually it does.
Not in the least.
But I'm glad he can at least enjoy the humor out of it. That's good. It's body shaming.
We're making good time.
Oh, I would be canceled on Twitter instantly if I started
The
body
only
shaming
problem is
people,
that
so I guess I'd better
ceremony
be
that
careful with my
Artorias was
words.
going on about. We don't know how long it'll take.
Ifrid said they called it the Ceremony of Suppression.
Ceremony of suppression?
Most likely, it's how Innominat plans to release his power.
Oh, yeah, because they're going to be
Most
suppressing
likely.
everyone's emotions. That
He
makes
hasn't
sense.
absorbed Laphicet in your despair, so Innominat should still be incomplete. But if his powers fully awaken,
Yeah, if his power's fully awakened, that kind of spells
Humanity will
endgame
be robbed of their free
to...
will. I can hear them
It'll end up being that
celebrating now.
gray people
The
scene
ugliness of
from
the human soul are
Fairly
suppressed,
Odd Parents?
and the world is
Am I
free of
referencing right?
malevolence. Hurrah!
The scene in
Hurrah!
Fairly Odd Parents where Timmy just wishes that
Robbing
no one
humanity of its will.
would be different from
It'll
each
be like
other, so
I
everyone
once
just became
was.
like gray blob people. And they all just kind of took the bus to work or to school. That's basically what Innominat's trying to do right now. Oh, we got an anime cutscene for this one. It's been a while since we got that. So what do we got then? Our birds traveling through the sky, heading to the mainland. And what do we get? Oh, that's a nuke. Yeah, that's a nuke. Or at the very least, this is the suppression being let off early. Yeah, that's the suppression going off early. Well, shit. UFO table did the animation bits for this? Okay. Well, I'd have to look into some of the other work that they end up doing. Oh, that's an unsettling scene. Oh boy.
hey, please, guys, let's not fight.
And here comes the wave to stop that. Wow, it just stops it instantly. Yeah, this is why you don't want Innominat at full power. Because if he's able to just do this to this one island, like, holy crap, that's bad. Oh no, that hits us too.
This is a domain?
Innominat's domain.
Oh boy. Yeah, and that hits Fenwick first, and all the regular humans. Yep. Yep.
Their wills have been stolen.
So that raises
It's not been
the...
fully sealed away yet. Rokuro,
Hmm.
give him a good smacking. Wake him up.
On it.
Alright, Rokuro, you got this.
Got it.
Punch a
We'll
bitch.
put in at the nearest harbor. To Port Zexon.
Demon Slayer 2. Oh, okay. Yeah, I never really look into specific studios when I'm looking at anime half the time.
I feel like
But if they were the ones behind Demon Slayer and Fate Zero, then they definitely have quite the, well, reputation is the right word I'm looking for. They have a good reputation with everything. Oh dear. Yeah, this is what happens when you conscript the world. That's kind of a bad thing.
It's that merchant. You're all right.
No, he's not alright.
I do not deserve to be all right.
Yeah.
I used people.
Oh no.
Stepped on them just to make a profit. I even aided
Oh
wanted
dear.
criminals so that I could expand my business.
This is not suppression. This is suppression and guilt. And it looks like he's about to jump off the dock. And nobody's stopping him.
Right. Stop!
The world needs to be purified of malevolence. I don't belong here. I have to
That's
die.
uncomfortable.
I have to die. I have to die.
No, it's not right.
Oh.
There we go. Right action is to
You
punch
can
people
die
in the
if you
face.
want,
I appreciate
but
that.
saying you have to die is a good way to make my blood boil.
Those awakened to their own malevolence seek to end their lives. Welcome to our
Although that is
choices
fully
uncompromising
uncomfortable.
world of reason.
Oh well.
First they steal humanity's
Rokuro do a
wonder,
flip.
and now they want to say who lives and who dies.
Yeah, that's basically about true. So it's basically anyone who's done a bad
We should
deed
find out
will
what's
be
happening
driven
here.
into a suicide
Unless
pact,
you
and
really
anyone
want
who's
to.
been a good person will be fine.
You're right. I wouldn't.
But depending on
But I
what
won't hide
counts
from the
as a
truth
bad
any
deed,
longer.
that's going to be a bit of a problem
Before
point now,
anything
isn't
else,
it?
We'll need to confirm just how far his power reaches. Let's head to Logris.
Although, I can understand why maybe some of our crew are fine, but not necessarily why everyone is.
Is this
Why
the
isn't
ideal
everyone human
world
jumping
of
then? Yeah, that's
conditions?
kind of my point. Like, by definition, the suppression here should probably get everyone to be offing themselves,
It's not just people's
but
minds being
it may
shackled.
be just selective
being
storytelling
forced to
and
die,
overlooking a
too.
detail point on how
That's
bad it's supposed to be.
Why would dying be part of anyone's ideal
Hmm.
world?
Even under such strict control,
Can we just
new
get
sins can still rise
Bien
to the
Fu to off
surface.
themselves?
If that happens,
Well, I mean, to be fair, he was
then
trying to
both of
explain
us
porn
sinner.
to Fee, so...
Melchior
Yeah,
came to
like,
the
by all
same
means,
logical
but
conclusion.
Magilu does kind of need him as a magic gem, so...
Anyway, we
Until
need to
the
get to
story
Logris.
ends, we'll keep him around, but once we're actually done fighting,
What's
then we
going
can
to
get rid of
happen to
Bienfu.
the world? How
Also,
far
is
will
Bienfu...
Elliot's power spread? When
No,
his
I don't
domain
think
expanded,
he's just automatically
I
an,
felt a faraway power
an Empyrean
suddenly
just because
come
he's one of the
closer.
few Norman
It
that we
was
know
enough to
about.
blot out the whole
Can we
sky.
invent duct tape for
I'm
him?
sure
I
it's
really
covered
wish we
other towns,
could.
too.
And there
His
probably
domain
are a
was suddenly
few kind of
extended to at least the entire
glamour
populace of this
items
country.
that we could
Otherwise,
use
what would be
to
the
at least
point?
quote-unquote shut him up,
Happening
as long as we
Jackson is
positioned it
happening
correctly.
everywhere.
But sadly, we can't dress up
Everyone's either a
Bienfu,
puppet
so
or
that's kind of a
Dead
wasted
by
point
their
with the
own
game.
hands.
Innominat created this ideal hell in a single moment. That's the power we're up against.
But it would be nice.
We few are standing against
We
a
do
truly
unfortunately need to be
monumental
careful
force.
if
This is your
Bienfu
last
is into
chance to turn back.
BDSM, otherwise
Turn back
duct
to
tape may
what
not be a good
exactly?
solution.
Forward or back, we're headed into
We could
hell
be
either way.
wrong in that
At least this
analysis,
way,
but
I'll have my own free will.
I don't know.
I'd prefer a living damnation to that oblivion.
Well, don't come crying to me later.
Let's move along then.
Yay, no more skits.
So this is the result of their ceremony of suppression.
Yeah, the ceremony of suppression is functionally bad people do bad
Seems that
things.
way. They've
And
brought
they
their
just
peace
don't
to
care that we're
mankind.
just flowing, walking around. Let's see. Dispel doubt and confusion, obey reason, you are a vessel for serving the many. Yes, unaware as a Moloch. Blah blah blah. That's a bit concerning. Rather turn him on silently than hear him talk over.
I was a fool for
That's
trying to sell
true.
commemorative chalices to the people visiting the Imperial.
Oh, hey, it's
throne.
this guy.
Happiness can't be bought with ill-gotten gains made through deception. In an effort to change my malevolent ways, I sold my shop and entered the holy priesthood.
Oh.
Rather than pursue my own greed, I
Okay,
chose
so I
to
guess
dedicate
this is
my
kind of
life
the
to bringing
answer
the
then.
sacred teachings
There's
to
probably a
life.
scale on how
Look
bad
shiny and pure it
things
is.
did.
So this is what happens when
So
Innominat
dealing
suppresses all
active
someone's sins and
criminal
desires.
injustices
How nauseating. And
may
this is the kind
lead
of world they're
to
trying
just
to
wanting to end
create.
it, but just doing petty things isn't necessarily going to. Maybe that's the scale we're dealing with this. Could be wrong, though. Anyways, where are we supposed to go from here? Probably over here. I don't exactly feel like talking to everyone, just because most of the conversations here just kind of feel like, oh, well, sorry to hear that we're doing okay. Only so much that we're able to do. We will follow the Holy Church and do our best to actually understand what is going on, lining up in an orderly fashion to actually go about our day. Oh.
Hey, you're Cocky
No,
Coo's
wrong button.
menagerie.
There we go.
Close. It's Magilou's menagerie.
Also,
I
yes, I
apologize
did
for
make
always
sure that the
demanding that you
tongue on the
entertain me,
offline mode
despite
was
my
changed as
inability
well,
to even
even though for the
remember your
most
name
part it
correctly.
probably should
I'm
be
also sorry to you,
the
miss,
same
for always
anyways, but
insisting you do that
may as well
tedious
put in the
little
extra
bird
effort
impression
for
of
it, just on the
yours.
off chance I want to
feel
use it
so
for
bad I could just
the
punch
world is
myself.
over.
Man,
Not
I
much we
must.
can do from
I'm
here.
not sure if I'm more angry or confused.
It is wrong to seek pleasure from viewing petty tricks and pointless entertainment.
Oh,
Honest
Jesus.
hard work alone is right. Someone such as I, who was unable to live in accordance to the simplest of truths, should disappear from this earth. Please use that special trick you told me of. Make me disappear forever.
He doesn't sound like he's actually changed, to be honest. He kind of sounds like he's faking it, but I'm going to assume there are still monsters out here, and the path, or the ritual of suppression, did not necessarily turn down the monster count. That would be interesting and a nice detail point, but the demons don't seem to care about the suppression at all, so this is a very good way to just get everybody killed. And I'm surprised they overlooked that. Anyways, we're going to Logres to see what's going on, so let's go to Logres on our skateboard. Maybe with a better... Oops.
We must accept that we all grow old. I can no
I
longer
mean...
perform the physical labor that allowed me to benefit society.
What?
I no longer deserve to live here.
Okay.
I must find a place far from others. There, I will await a quiet death.
This isn't someone accepting
Jesus
that they grow
Christ.
old. This is him refusing to grow old.
If this
Oh boy.
spreads, we'll have no
Okay.
more old
Yeah,
people
so
at
they're
all.
basically asking for able-bodied men to be alive just so that they can actually do work. That's literally all this is, and I really don't like that at all. Like, oh, we must build for the church. That is our one goal.
Precious resources and grant no tangible benefit to
Are you
society.
fucking kidding me?
That's why
Even
I
the
say we
pets?
should throw them all back outside. It's only right.
I threw away my friend's entire pet beetle collection. They have been purged. This is all for the new order. But
Jesus.
I want to keep my rhinostagros.
Okay, yeah, this is pretty bad. This is what happens when you let the villain win. Or this is what happens when you let the church win in most of these kinds of games.
It was the height of foolishness for a low-born person like me to hold on to romantic fantasies about Prince
What?
Percival. I should seek a male companion suitable to my social status, and
Oh,
live
dear
a life
God.
free of pointless desire and pride. Form.
See, this is the main villain that I worry about in
All
video
are
games.
superfluous.
Like, sure, someone wants to
Reason
destroy the
dictates that I
world,
seek a
fine.
biological partner
If you
who
rob
lets me
people of
live
their
my life with
humanity,
greater efficiency.
that
what
creates
he's saying
such an
isn't technically
awful
wrong.
world to live in.
Really creeps me out.
And if you want to deal with true horror, like, We Happy Few is probably a good example of what I view as kind of scary. But the world conforming to an ideal that isn't necessarily a good ideal is what I view as horror. Because, holy shit, the amount that could go wrong in a society where everyone is just listening to the rules of a storybook is a very, very bad thing. Can I get this yet? Cool. Let's see, what else is around? Dispel doubt and confusion, unaware as a Moloch. I really don't like this setup at all. Alright, well, we're in the capital at least, so... Let's just see what's around, because we're gonna have to deal... Yeah, no kidding.
Power did all of this. A god among gods.
Yeah, that's concerning. So, I'm assuming the cutscene up here is basically us going to see what's happening at the bar.
Fountains are purely
No, not
decorative
quite.
and serve
We can
no
check that out.
purpose to the collective good of
Is it
mankind.
really awful if nobody
They
is
must
suffering?
be purged.
Not just the fountains.
That
The streets and
depends.
houses are filled with
Because
unnecessary
technically speaking,
extravagances.
by a
Cultivating
humanity
another word for
standpoint,
vanity.
yes,
It
people
is a
are
lie
suffering.
that breeds only envy and
Because they're
war.
not allowed
All
to
vanity
explore
must be
anything. They're just,
Yes.
well,
We cannot let ourselves be
They're
ruled by
robots.
desire.
There's nothing happening to them. They are following their instructions.
If they keep abandoning desire after desire, eventually they'll abandon even their desire to live.
Yeah, that's the concern. Can I even go in here? Is this just going to be a bad idea? That's basically the concept I'm going through now with P5R. Yeah, basically.
I knew it. I said all along that taverns are dens of evil.
Yeah, this
Now
was going to
there's none
get
left who desires that demon drink.
sniffed out
It
very
clouds
quickly.
man's judgment and causes good people to fall into
I mean, in the case of Innominat doesn't have the means to suppress humanities, I feel is likely what is making people off themselves. I keep hiding my chat behind OBS. That's really a bad idea. Shrink this so that I can actually see the full chat while I'm tapping in and out between windows. Thank you.
From now on, those places once known as taverns should be used to distribute food equally to all.
Let's see here. I mean, in this case, Innominat doesn't have the means to suppress humanity's despair, which I feel is likely what's making people off themselves. Or at least that's how Torius is going to spin it. Yeah, actually. Since he can't express despair, all they've got right now is despair and neutrality. So, imagine the bad end in... Wow, it's a really awful time for the expedition to return. Keep going. But overall, like, if you imagine any of the bad ends in the Danganronpa games, that's functionally what's kind of happening here, right? Like, everyone's just giving in to despair, but they're more neutral than that. Because the power of neutrality is actually still eating at them, but they've got neutrality and a little bit of despair. So overall, like, it's a good way to at least set it up, but... Oh, we can actually go back into the dungeon if we want to. Kinda like the fact that that's available to us if we want to use it. That's good. But yeah, I kind of agree with that, Non. It does kind of feel like there's a bit more despair, considering it's supposed to be a thing of suppression. But this does kind of let Innominat get his goals done, since he suppressed everything else except for despair, and despair is really only going to get rid of the people he doesn't want anyways, so... Weird Calcite garment. Do they have despair, or are they just acknowledging their past and rectifying it? That's true, actually. I am kind of more intended to believe that despair is a part of it, but it's not, like, a full part of it. Which is why, like, some people are offing themselves. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, like, if you're not falling to despair, suicide's not exactly an answer to rectifying a problem, especially if his main problem was just talking with bad people. Like, talking to bad people isn't really a good reason to off yourself. Oh. Hey, a child was actually not hit by the suppression? Oh. Oh no. And Orlando called and they want their mom. Oh, hey. He's still alive.
Don't show any feelings, dear.
If they spot you,
oh, the prince. Why is the prince still safe? And why is the prince here? Is a better question.
Percival! Tabitha! You're still you!
Alright, well, Anne Orlando called. Let's get this over with. A fiend, winged, and armored. Well, winged. What's the thing for this? Ball dance. Good against winged. I like how they're angels, but they're still counted as fiends. Frost and armored, which is Mega Sonic Thrust. There we go. That works. Honestly, angels as bad guys always gets me. Persona, Souls, Shadowbringers. Yeah, that's true. I always appreciate them to a certain extent as well, just because, like, all things considered, all they point towards is a specific viewpoint. There's nothing inherently good about angels depending on what angle you're looking at. AKA, look at Bayonetta as well. I know that was kind of missing in your list. Wow, dabbled into the light can be as bad as the dark. Yeah. Light can always be as bad as the dark, depending on what viewpoint you're coming from, and depending on how far things actually get. Yeah, how did you miss on Bayo? That's like an important one for the Viperland community. You still only have that one. I'm still waiting for the actual 4-star one from that. I like it especially when it's like the monstrous biblical angels too. The like accurate biblical angels would be pretty interesting, to be honest.
Yes, somehow.
Is Bayonetta something I could play on PC, or is that only on consoles actually?
Looks like
I would suck at it, but Bayonetta's always a good game to play. And I never finished it. And I own it on a few different things.
He said that the Abbey was gathering
1 is on PC, 2 was forwarded by Nintendo, so that's kind of stuck on Switch for the most part. Or at least it was. It's probably on other systems now, but at least was started on Switch. And then 3, I think, is being worked on into perpetuity. Oh, that's why it's open. Alright, well, I was wondering why it was open, but hey, good to see you're safe at the very least. You can't point out angels can be bad depending on how you come at it right after saying Artorias' plan is bad. I need to add some additional details in that, Leah. I'm not quite getting your point. Although, if we're kind of just using Artorias' plan as bad because what he's doing is bad, then yeah, actually, it's kind of a weak point of support for that argument, isn't it? What's a better way to actually explain that point? I really should be able to come up with this, but I always hated Debate Club. Because from Bayonetta's perspective, the angels only hunt demons because it's always a holy war against the demons, and the witches are always just in the middle, kind of conflicting with both sides anyways. He's bad because he had a punchable face and doing bad things, and Velvet has a fist made for punching. Yeah, that's true. I'm assuming it wants us to go rescue Percival from the villa, which means, yeah, into the catacombs we go. Yeah, I mean, there's no holes except for the ones in Artorias' face.
They were Malakim.
Yes.
Malakim.
They were probably ordered to hunt down any humans who still possess free will.
Yeah.
Luminat isn't whole, and his suppressive powers are not yet absolute. So he must be.
I mean, I'm glad a few people were safe from the suppression, but
sounds like him.
Weird though.
Be it a prince or a little girl.
Boy. Yeah, he probably has a way, like, by the power of God compels you to just kind of force the suppression on people, as long as he can touch them, kind of thing. If the domain doesn't actually do it.
But even if she resists suppression, if the Abbey finds her, she'd stand out even more with us. She ran an entire shadow network. Finding a place to hide will be child's play for her.
Yeah, Tabitha should be okay. She's an important old lady.
But I really loved Tabitha's cooking.
I'm just kidding. You don't run into a woman that tough every day.
Imagine if Tabitha just ends up being the end boss. Or at the very least just like an extra boss that you can fight.
You're wasting your time. Then we should be on our way to the villa.
Like, you get through all of these all-powerful demons, and then you just kind of walk off to the side of the bar, and Tabitha has an exclamation point above her head. It's like, hey kids, would you like to have a bit of a spa before your final battle? And then you just fight her, and it's functionally like the Elizabeth fight from all the Persona games. Or the Elizabeth fight from... God, what Persona game is Elizabeth from? Elizabeth is 3, Margaret is 4, right? I haven't played the Persona games in a while. Or I might have them backwards. Oh, I am right? Cool. I actually remembered for once. There we go. Just looked it up. Malak are a Hebrew word for messenger, and it's effectually effectively subordinate angels. Oh, that's so bad. I'm glad that they actually got the symbolism right, even though most people aren't going to necessarily understand where the word Moloch comes from without a little bit of searching. Oh boy. Okay, well, we're in the villa at the very least, so we're at least making good progress. Also, we don't have the surfboard in here, so that kind of sucks. I am glad that there aren't any guards out here, though. And that's probably where we're supposed to go, so let's not do that first. Because when in doubt, there are going to be new chests refreshed in here. Aqua Ring. That's good. Also, that's a good reminder, because we mastered like a bunch of weapons. We mastered just a bunch of stuff last time. Although the Quartz Blade is still, I think, the best one that we're going to have for now. Really? Oh, no, Aphrodite Blade, because we actually upgraded it. Neat. Why did I only change Velvet? Like, a lot of shit was mastered. Feldspar Belt. What else was mastered? Command Shoes. Quartz Boots. Glow Ward. Just anything, really. And then any other clothing. Stop hitting the wrong buttons, hands. That would be greatly appreciated. The Mystical Feather Garment. Or the Quartz Garment. Well, I mean, we're not exactly using her in fights, so let's just put that on her so she can master it. Prokhorov finally finished those. He's so behind on all of his gear. Poison Ward, the Garrus Pink Shirt, we can put the Crimson Veil on you. Weathered Bag can be swapped out for probably anything, realistically. And the Pinion Ring. And you... Have anything new for you? Oh, we do. It's the Floric stuff. Okay. Ooh. I like the look of that. Got anything else? No, just that. Fire attack isn't really that great. Non-elemental attack is probably better, actually. And then that's everyone, so...
Yeah! We're in this together!
You want...
There we go. That's a bit better. Alright, let's just check what's in the other rooms really quickly, just to see. Because, I mean, if we're going to get free gear anyways, we may as well not waste the opportunity to. Also, Nun, since you kind of mentioned it last time, would you say I'm getting relatively close to that boss rush you mentioned before? Or do I still have a few hours to actually go in that escapade? Because I'm assuming this is mostly just going to be a defense fight against Innominat to either save the prince or, at the very least, like, keep him from causing trouble. I don't actually need a Panacea bottle for anything. But I'd imagine we're going to be getting fairly close to the rest of the endgame mechanics, since he did kind of just wipe the free will from most of the humans on the continent. Or, actually, it's a bit more than the continent, isn't it? Yeah, he's done a little bit more than just the continent. There we go. Or are we just gonna find the prince and he's already just mind-wiped? Because that's honestly what I'm expecting at this rate. He doesn't appear to be in here. Feels like a normal end of Act 1 type thing, not endgame at all. I guess that's true. It kind of depends on how far they're going to take the game. Oh, wait. There's an entrance in the back. I have 2 bosses, then a short boss rush of 3, and then the final boss rush of 8. Okay, so... yeah, we've got a little bit to go. Yoink. Let's see. Short boss rush of 3. So we still have a good chunk to go then, because I doubt it'll just be boss after boss after boss. But we'll see. I'm also just assuming something's going to be down here. I'm not really sure if there actively is, so... no, I was right. Okay. Oh.
My mind is...
yeah. Yeah. They're already kind of sealing away him.
He's eating their will directly.
Oh, that's nasty. And we just have to face more of his messengers. What did I put this on? B. Also, I'm noticing they're level 60. Hopefully I'm leveled well enough for this. Also, please don't Dragoon my friends. If you're gonna Dragoon my friends, just lay on the floor peacefully and don't bother us. There we go. Then ice. There we go. That's good, we can at least keep the combo going. Yoink. And then dead. There we go, that's better. Bop, 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 bop. No, just recharge. That's better. Thankfully our movement kind of lets us avoid some of the attacks anyways, which is nice. So, let's just try and combo them to death, and that's always appreciated. Because then we can actually get our Mystic Art charged up again for the actual fights where it matters. No? Like that. We can kind of just dodge certain attacks. Oh, Aizen's dead. I'm also almost dead. That's a problem. I need to get away from this first. Oh boy. Items. Grape gel on myself, please. Wait for the item thing to run out. Item life bottle on Aizen. One of these days I'm gonna remember to make a counter. What kind of counter? Well, because I know a lot of YouTubers end up having counters for words that they say too often anyways, and I do find that as kind of like a fun bit of chat interaction. There we go, counter. Yeah, that is kind of the main one that I use, isn't it?
Prince Percival, are you alright?
But I mean, it works.
Yes.
It's a nonchalant way of saying yeah.
I know I can still feel scared out of my wits at least.
I should probably just make that myself, in all honesty.
We'll help you find your mommy.
Because I would imagine using that in
They killed her because she
Streamlabs.
stole food to give to me.
But
that's okay.
I feel like all things considered would work too.
Mommy was acting against reason.
That's true as well, Non. I just said it 4 times in a minute. Yeah, that'll happen, unfortunately. And alright, Jasper, best of luck with work. Hopefully things go well for you. And if you do come back later, we'll still be going for a few hours anyways. And thank you very much for the coolant and the posture check. I know my back's been a little bit funky lately, so we'll appreciate it. Oh, there we go. Needed to go that way. Okay. Wielder of Water and Fire. New paper. Won't be back for 6, so see you tomorrow. Alright, I'll get there.
But also without joy. A
Ugh.
world without hate, but also without love.
Yeah, this is a very blank world, Eleanor.
No.
We don't necessarily appreciate this treatment for human.
Some here have held on to their free will. Still,
I guess that means I should probably watch my wording a little bit, because it'll probably get a bit too repetitive if I keep saying there we go, and all things considered, wouldn't it? But I guess it would be a meme thing if I could at least get a counter going for that kind of thing, wouldn't it?
And then it'll be reason o'clock all day long.
But I should whip out this English. Tongue doesn't like working sometimes.
Griffin is doing well.
But grabbing a thesaurus might be a good idea, just so that way I'm not saying the same thing over and over and over again.
I'm happy. Truly.
I'm not gonna riff you for it, just something I noticed. Yeah, no worries.
Until now,
I find it funny too, just because having like common sayings is just an easy way for me to get my thoughts across. At least for how I feel about things. So, all things considered is kind of my like, things could be worse but, or it's just my way of fluffing up the word but. And there we go. It's just my fluffed up way of saying nice. Because just saying nice is kind of boring.
Now I say this to you.
and just inserting that into a sentence isn't very fun from my perspective at the very least, so
Yeah, that's how
it
I
works.
used to be.
We're
But
going to defeat
I do like the
Artorias.
idea of having a counter
We're
for
going
it,
to make this world one where we
since
can
I know I
be
kind of say it a
ourselves.
little bit too often during
You're
stuff like
doing it
this.
for us, not
Streaming
them.
is hard. If having go-to phrases makes it easier, then I say go for it. Yeah.
You've
Yeah.
changed, haven't you?
Because usually speaking,
You really
we are kind of forcing ourselves to get into an interesting... Forcing ourselves to be interesting towards an audience. Which I know that streaming in and of itself does require to have some sort of charisma to it to make it work. Which, by all means, like, that's kind of what the point of the entertainment industry is anyways. But some are better at it than others, so we kind of have to work our way into it to make it work.
It certainly is.
Lies.
Our fears
Everything is
balanced
lies.
soul.
Everything is a farce. I've been streaming for 5 years. Yes, you have been.
About Captain Ifrid.
You have charisma, Viper.
But the Abbey, they stomped all over.
To be fair, it's not just you. There we go. Spam is really common with streamers. Really. I figured most people would avoid the freezing because it felt too basic, but... Oh well. It's better to me than just have,
Then I'm going to be selfish too.
Beep.
And is just another flawed human being.
Yeah, like, you do have to make sure you're keeping a conversation going, and I'm doing... Like, I hate it when people do the ums. The ums get really annoying. And I know I've done it a few times, but I would like to make sure that I stop that, because that's one skill I at least want to get out of the way when I'm streaming. It bugs me so much when someone's like, So we're gonna do this today.
Will they complete the ceremony first?
And work
or
on
will
stuff
the
and,
awakening take place?
things.
It's a gamble.
Well, most
Like,
people
sometimes
get
it can
us
be
win.
funny, but
Let's head to Mount Killer House.
when you get people who have it
It's time to
kind of
suppress
baked
the
into
suppression.
their systems, that's when it gets a little bit just annoying to me, personally. Well, it's a skill to work out, at the very least. I know I've been trying to work it out as well. I kind of have a bit of extra experience since I did work in a call center for a while, so I kind of had to cut that out of my vocabulary by force, and at least when I was getting into streaming, it kind of just ended up being like putting my phone voice on it first. But I'm not doing that really anymore, because the phone voice doesn't really let me say fuck.
Know about this when they agreed to help Artorias?
At the very least, my phone voice wasn't really too much of a difference anyways, but I'm usually a bit more lax on my actual form of conversation.
Explain the fact that the exorcists seem to accept what's going on.
But you kind of do need to put on some secondary mask when you're doing call center work. So, that's kind of what you have to do anyways.
You mean Inomihnat might have taken control of their will and made them his tools?
Completely believable. Exorcists are too hard-headed to be open to much persuasion.
If I stayed with the Abbey, I might have accepted this world too.
Also,
Thank you,
I
Lord.
will mention now,
It's
but
your strength that protects my heart.
I'm never going to recommend call center work to people.
Of course I do.
Don't worry
Have a
about
little more
that.
self-confidence.
It is just the only reason I'm able to actually talk
That's true.
in general,
you my
because I had to
gratitude as well.
force myself over 3 years to be better at that so I could keep my job.
Right. To be able to express what's in
I think my biggest problem is I kind of maintain my own convo. I feel like I don't make it easy for chatters to chat. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad thing that you make your own convo, because it gives people an opportunity to jump in and join you in the convo, which is what I've been trying to do for you, just to give you like an example of what you can do. But that ends up requiring the audience to hop in, which is kind of a hard thing to make the call for. But you doing that fills in an empty space, which is something we need to do anyway, since both of us have fairly slow chats to begin with. And you do bring up other topics anyways to go off of, which is a good skill to have, which is something that I usually lack, since I'm more so just analyzing stuff and being like, hey, by the way, 1, 2, 3, as easy as ABC. But you're still developing the good skills for it, just no one is picking up on it, and that's kind of what pisses me off a little bit, because you're doing what you should be doing for an entertaining stream, just no one's grabbing it.
Found strength in your heart.
I think it was, if I'm remembering the name right.
All you need is to be ready and determined. And to be
I can slip in
brave.
some musical references from time to time.
Thanks, Smoggy Lou. No thanks necessary. 100 gold.
I kind of just have to think about it a little bit.
You want me to pay you? Hey, good advice isn't free. What do I look like, a
Aye.
sidewalk psychiatrist? I'm a witch.
I know one song that I probably should practice in terms of actually vocalizing a little bit is Mr. Blue Sky from the Electric Light Orchestra? Yes, if I'm remembering the naming conventions right. But Mr. Blue Sky holds... Alright, we need to go to Hellebes. Really, that's available now? In Haria. Huh. Well, I'm assuming we can go there, so we may as well just grab the dolls since we haven't seen the side quest pop up in a while. But Mr. Blue Sky holds an interesting place in my heart just because a lot of my early art career ended up being on DeviantArt. God rest that site's soul because it definitely sold it a while ago. But since most of my early art career was kind of circling around DeviantArt, I was around there during the point where the OC Fight comic tournaments were a thing. If anyone remembers those, where you would functionally enter into tournaments where you would enter in your character, and from like month to month or week to week, you would draw out how your character would win against other characters. And one of the tournaments I ended up watching, while the participant that I was rooting for did not win, which sucks, but one of the characters that did end up getting decently far was a character based on the song of Mr. Blue Sky, where it was like this really gangly person. He was like 8 feet tall or so, very gangly and very thin. But he was a very chipper and cheerful guy, which kind of goes along with the song of Mr. Blue Sky, at least in terms of the general theming. But what he had... That's the song from Guardians of the Galaxy. Is Mr. Blue Sky actually in Guardians of the Galaxy? Man, I completely missed that. But I heard the song a bit earlier than that, just because of at least what I'm talking about. Just because the person who made that character ended up referencing a lot of their OC Fight characters on songs. That's opening credits for it. Well, I mean, it definitely makes sense, just because thematically speaking, Mr. Blue Sky has a lot to go off of. Let's see here. A baby bird dances to it for the opening. Okay, okay. It's a good song, like, I'm not gonna fight it. I do enjoy the song as a whole. But the character that was made for it was a very, like, 8-foot tall, gangly man. But he had a hat that he could not take off. And what the hat did was that it spewed out smoke clouds. And what ended up happening with the character was the more he was under stress, the more smoke would come out of his hat. So obviously, while being in a fighting tournament to try and save someone, he was under a bit of duress at times when people ended up triggering him a little bit too hard. So, he was a fun character to have in fights, whether he was winning or losing, if only because of the fact that the battlefields would be filled with smoke, whether people wanted it to or not. And it ended up making it a fairly interesting point of contention, and why I ended up liking that song, because the theming of that character was just, when things got bad quick, and things got bad fast. Or things got bad quick, and things got bad, like, immensely. Which is kind of the point of Mr. Blue Sky, just because, oh, a little cloud's rolling in, and then, oh fuck, it's raining. Also, I probably should grab that surfboard point, which is probably up here, because the game's a dick. But I ended up listening to that song a lot in my high school days, so it's a song that I very much enjoy. At least I think high school. May have been middle school. It's been a while. But it's a very good song, and I would recommend people listen to it on loop if you have the chance to. How about you leave me alone, Snex? I love you, but not today. But I know DeviantArt ends up having quite a lot of interesting stories to it, if only because of the fact that it was such a madhouse of younger people trying to experience life for themselves, and DeviantArt ended up being their first place where they could actually express themselves, which is both a good thing and a potentially bad thing. If only because nowadays, I'd imagine if you go onto it, it's more so a collection of Sonic art, is the extent of what I'm going to say about that, but overall it ends up being an interesting point where people can kind of just figure out what they want to do with their lives. Oh, there we go.
That's 3 Nordals collected, and 1 to go.
Right.
That's better.
Usually
Now, does the next one actually lock
What gives? Turtles,
here?
loiters, embroiders?
Yeah, no one liked that.
The Turtles is late because he's taking too much time getting a new design for his robe?
I knew you would follow along, my dear little oyster.
Should we wait for him a bit longer? I'm sure your sister's reply has to be arriving soon.
I don't write her those letters expecting to get a reply. They're more like an apology for not coming home to see her.
But you can't go home because of the Reaper's curse, right? So why do you need to send letters and gifts?
Because he's not a
My sister
jerk?
wrote me a letter. She said, I don't care if it's dangerous. I want to be with you.
Aww.
Maybe the old me, once I realized there was no fixing this curse, would have gone home prepared to do everything in my power to protect her. But I'm not the old me. Haven't been since I met Ifrid and his crew.
I understand. You found
Boy,
your place on that
neck.
ship. Even if you lifted the curse.
Not much of what I'm doing is actually fixing my neck, but oh
Do
well.
you think your sister knows that?
I haven't
Now,
told
I'd
her
honestly
directly,
hope that
but I'm
his
sure she's
sister
realized it. She's
would
smart.
empathize with everything.
She's empathetic.
Yeah.
That's why she never sends me a reply.
Sadly, without playing Zestiria, I don't know the most about his sister, but
That's
or at least
probably
not getting
she
far
sees
enough
it,
in
yes.
Zestiria to actually see
But understanding does not
Edea?
include loneliness.
Edea?
I think she
I think
doesn't
that's her
reply
name.
as a way of showing that she disapproves.
I'd imagine her name starts with E, since Eisen
I
is
don't
also
think
an
it's
E.
anything so noble as that, but
From what I saw of her picture, I'd imagine she's kind of close in snarkness to Eisen. And I'd imagine, like, I'd imagine she's a good character, because I swear I remember seeing her at least, but I feel like I stopped around the point where she showed up, if only because other games distracted me. But that's why I'm streaming, to get better at that. And that's why I'm going to finish games. Which, Berseria is a good example of this.
Let's go.
This is way past where I stopped playing the game before. Expedition. Hey, nice. Fortune telling half-hearted. We're still missing materials from here, though. So, does that lead us to any other side quests? No? Okay. If you have played a bit farther into that game, bits of Eisen here would make more sense. Yeah, unfortunately. Like, Eisen makes sense in a general ideal, but I'm not sure how much they would have explained in Zestiria, just because, obviously, she appears more. Really? That's where the surfboard mark is? Alright, well, I'm grabbing that before I leave. God damn, that's in an awkward spot. Is that upstairs? Or is that down there? Let's see. Like, here? It's back there. That's an awkward point for it, but I guess most of these are kind of hidden, so that's fine. We can now board in town. This very, very empty town. Anyways, Port Logres. Probably Loch Ness. Just because there's an actual port here. Although we don't have the surfboard in town. No, Logres is also not where we want to go. Return to previously visited town. Port Cadnix? I'd imagine it's a port we need to leave. Not the right one, but good enough, I suppose. Alright, let's actually go to where we're supposed to be going. Also, I guess that endless bottle only lets us escape from dungeons. Doesn't necessarily let us just warp around willy-nilly. That kind of sucks, but Oh. Van Wyck. Let's progress the plot. We found our stuffed toy. We need to go to Helives. Just because everything happens in Helives. And of course we don't even get there before we have another nightmare.
Oh, good.
With these two.
It seems you're both still here inside me, then.
It is not as though we desired these circumstances. We're only here because you ate us.
I'll make no apologies.
You wish to sacrifice us to the 4 elemental Empyreans, is that it?
Yes. I won't apologize for that, either.
It matters not. Your sins are nothing a mere apology could ever absolve.
Well, it's nice to know that they're still themselves in this kind of dreamscape.
At least you're aware of how selfish you are. Good for you, then.
Remember this well, Lord of Calamity.
Oh. He is never gonna get old.
No matter how many times I
And at least he has his eye back.
I will act the same.
As will I.
And by all means, that's fine. We're here fighting everything. Velvet's collarbones are very pronounced in this scene.
And I as well.
That's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Because, I mean, she has that area open to begin with. But I'm assuming that's just the shading in the dreamscape being skewed occasionally.
It's about the Therians. And about Laphicet.
Let me guess. The link between us and Innominat.
Yes. There's no way of knowing what will happen until we actually try, but...
You don't have to worry about me. I said it before. Best just to blame all the wickedness of the world on the Lord of Calamity.
Don't you try to shoulder all of this yourself.
Oh, don't worry. She can be like Alice. Nothing will go wrong.
We exorcists are just...
And hey there, Solace. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully things are going well on your side so far. You haven't missed too much. So far we went to the beach resort to collect a doll. And we have also found out that the main antagonist has actually enacted his plan to suppress human emotion. And has left people with a burning desire to follow the laws of the church. As well as any possibility of them being sad. So, we're returning to the town we torched to see if anything's gone wrong here.
Oh, good. This place hasn't been suppressed yet.
Yay!
We're unloading. Give me a hand, will
This
ya?
place hasn't been fully suppressed yet.
Hey, you listening?
Sorry. Something just feels weird. Like there's something tugging at my thoughts.
Yeah, I've been hearing a lot of that lately. But pull yourself
Yeah, the suppression
together.
hasn't quite hit here just yet, but it's definitely working its way in. So we don't have too much time before Helives becomes a neutral hellscape.
Operative term here.
Yeah.
We'd better get a move on.
Let's get moving to end the suppression.
Don't leave Kamoana or Medissa's domain. Got it? The Therians are part of Innominat. They should be able to resist suppression to some extent.
Aye, aye. You watch yourself too, First Mate.
Oh, right, that's why. We're probably not, or at least the humans in the party are not necessarily being affected, because Velvet is technically a Therian as well. So Velvet's despair is probably blocking the suppression. So as long as we all stay together, it's probably okay.
But the currents lately have been too strong to
That would make the most sense.
However,
at least for now. Either that or everyone just here has willpower and says fuck you with plot shields, but I kinda wanna believe that Velvet is at least having some play in protecting everyone here.
Could it have something to do with Innominat? Or maybe it's because the elemental Empyreans are asleep.
Both sound possible. But think too hard about the cold, and it'll give you the shivers.
Yeah, but even so...
Whatever the case, our course remains the same. We'll head to Mercio and work from there.
Well, new town, so let's see what we can do. And no new skits, but I'd imagine more, at least forced dialogue, so probably a good time for me to actively stand up and get a stretch in, since we've been going for kind of close to 2 hours now.
But is it really best for the world?
Oh, wait.
For him to waste his talents on such a primitive activity?
Oh boy, yeah, the old people are definitely getting close to the Pure suppression already. That's not a good thing.
And people all across the world.
Wait.
That is the way of reason.
That guy is acting really oddly.
Yeah, that guy's already suppressed. I'd imagine the older you get, the more susceptible you are to something like this. Just because your body is aging and is probably not super used to defending yourself against domains. Unless you're already all-powerful to begin with.
Just a nightcap before bed.
If you need some rest, I'll take the boat out myself today.
That'd be the day.
But he's not fully gone. Okay.
You're not ready to take the boat out by yourself.
An ill-fated fisherman's
So yeah, suppression is still affecting people. Just it's not affecting some people fully just yet.
A sailor who can't
There we
handle
go.
his drink is just as shameful as one who gets seasick.
But that is kind of telling that we don't have a lot of time before the domain kind of just eats everyone. So let's get a move on. Oh, we can board in town. Nice. I guess we were here before.
Daddy, we're having a long-armed crab hot pot party when
Oh.
you come home tonight.
Sorry, Viper. It looks like they have crabs here. It looks like you can't be in Helives right now.
Do your best out there today.
If the crabs breed too quickly, it will affect the fish.
Hey, that guy is...
Yeah,
Daddy? You're acting weird.
dear old daddy is getting hit by the suppression.
My mind just wandered away from me there for a second.
Not quite as bad as the old guy, though.
Fall into the sea.
Yeah, that's right. I'll be careful.
Good luck out there.
That boy's father, he was acting strangely.
The suppression is starting to affect people out here, too.
Yeah, that's the concern. We do not have, like, a lot of time to work with, guys. Like, it's nice that we're at least getting the examples out of the way,
We
but...
opened our arms and welcomed that vagabond into our town. But despite our kindness,
Vagabond.
he robbed us, started fights, caused trouble. Then he stole a boat and escaped. But I was the one that let him go. I'm guilty too. We have to be strict with criminals.
Bros always seem to drift into Helives, don't they?
Were we talking about something?
Why do I bother talking while I'm yawning? I'm not actually going to be actually working.
I didn't say anything strange.
We were talking about how nice of a guy you were.
Don't be so hard on yourself, okay?
Huh?
Oh goody, so it's both a combination of it's taking away their emotions and taking away their memories as well. So they're going to be forced to... Oh, come on, Dianfu, you've been here before.
You're right. It was merely freezing before. Now it goes straight to the bone. Allow me to warm.
And kicked in the nuts. Later, Bienfu. Oh, poor Eleanor.
Sneezes are going around.
Okay, now, Magilou, you have no excuse for this.
I dread to think of what the Guyberg ice field is like.
The tundra past Mount...
Like, there is a limit to how little clothing
I've stayed up
will
in the
actually
mountains
keep you
many times
warm.
for my training. With all the snow, I imagine it'd be pretty rough for a normal human.
Why are you sneezing all of a sudden? Demons aren't supposed to feel cold.
Nah, a snowflake just flew up my nose and...
Oh.
You're sneezing too.
My hair was blowing around and tickled my nose.
But according to the old book I read, it isn't supposed to snow much around Guyberg.
Because of lava from the volcano and the Earth's natural heat.
Hmm.
I bet the book calls it Guyberg Plains, too.
Yeah, it says Mount Killerhouse was highly active. And
A skirt made of books seems totally warm. I mean, if the books are on fire, maybe, but books aren't exactly very good at retaining heat on their own.
Why are you all staring?
They're all expecting you to sneeze, I think.
Everyone else is doing it. Now give us a good show.
I mean, if you're gonna force it, Fee.
Sorry, everyone. No sneezes here.
Yeah. Oh well. It was cute of him to at least try, but...
I'll practice for next time.
I would say it's a Moloch thing, but... Bienfu was affected by it, so why wouldn't the other Molochs be affected by it? Also, Princessias. I honestly don't call what they're actually called, but they're basically Princessias. Alright, now I'm assuming the point is that we can go forward through here. Yeah, because we need to explore the unknown. So, let's go back into here, where I believe there were mobs and such, but if I recall correctly, there should be an exit that way, which is now open. So, oh, that's why the fights were so hard. We were fighting level 60 enemies, and our entire party is level 50. I probably should do a little bit of extra fights along the way, shouldn't I? Maybe being 10 levels under-leveled is probably not going to help us. There we go. That's nicer. Now then, Bat, what you got?
You're not hurt, are you?
Although this probably isn't a good place to level in the first place, but as long as we can make some effort go through with it, can't exactly fault us for trying. Maybe other areas will be better to actively grind in, and if we don't get too far after today's block, since I'd imagine we're not finishing the game today at least, but I will grind off stream for sure. Since auto fights are a thing we can do, I just didn't think I'd need to do them already. Alrighty, let's traverse to a new area.
It's only a bit further to the town of Mercio.
And once we're past Mercio, we'll find our destiny on Mount Kilaros.
I know it's supposed to be cold here.
Volcano, huh?
I didn't think it would be this
Volcano
cold.
would be pretty fun to dip our toes in.
Empyreans is bound to alter this weather.
I'm not sure how much warmer it'll get in the time we'll still be alive.
Keep moving. The cold and the climb don't matter. We have to move forward. We can't stop until the elemental Empyreans have been revived.
Alrighty, let's go then. Because if we functionally need to revive the 4 elementals to get rid of the 1 Law and Order, then probably have a little bit to work with. And Burb gotta walk the pup. Alright, sounds good, Nun. Hopefully things go well for you, and hopefully it's not too bad outside. Depending on how things go, I might end up just kind of having to level whether I like it or not. Also, these are very fluffy boars, and I kind of like that. Also, we're at 5 already. That's kind of funny. What do we get from this? Probably Beast? Wow. Or I can just completely whip it. That's also fine. And they're level 52, so we're not super underleveled currently. But still a concern just because the angels were level 60. And, whop. Yeah, Beast. So, fire's probably good here. No, they don't have weaknesses, they're just beasts. I guess a boar is a pretty powerful creature, so I can't really fault it for that, but... that's also, yeah, undead. The undead are probably going to be annoying as all hell. No. Goddamn undead. There we go. I also wish I knew what this weird orange glow around me is. I'm assuming that's what it would take to get the, like, level 4 Mystic Art off. Since it doesn't pop up super often anyways. Later, buddy.
Another victory.
But I could be wrong in that. I really don't know what a good way to actively tell you that things are going to be in your favor. Oops. Equipment on, I believe that was... Horizon? No. Quartz Doll. And Feldstar Boots. Neat. Alright then, what else we got in this? Oh, that's an enemy. Oh, it's that wall enemy from before, but it's a guillotine now. I'm not sure I would like fighting that, to be honest, because those are counted as, like, armored.
Don't get careless.
But it looks like this combo works well. I'll take it. Now the real question is, what's a good way to kill them? Probably just getting a combo off, just that way we can continuously stun them anyways, right? There we go. And they're not quite as bad as the other ones have been. And get a claw off here. Get another stun off, and done. Okay. So definitely not a hard thing to fight, but still should be alright. We'll get about as far as we can, and then depending on what area we actually get to, I'll use that as like an auto-grinding area. And then I'll just kind of do that off-stream. Also, those wolves can totally catch us, can't they? Yes, they can. That's fine. There we go. How about no? Woof. What do we have? We have 4. Never mind, we don't have 4. Rude little buddies. That works a bit better. Now, considering they're ice wolves, I'm going to assume beast and weak to earth, but resistant to fire. Okay, so somehow this doesn't have the Pokemon logic of ice types are weak to fire, but oh well. You're dead. No, that's not the activation for the 4-star. Okay. But, new enemy at the very least. So, hey, nice, quartz daggers. Don't necessarily need those, since we're not exactly using Rokuro to any extent of the law, but let's see, there's gotta be other stuff on this map, because this is too big of a chunk to not have anything. So what else do we have here? Chest with money in it. Definitely need money in a frozen wasteland. We can probably Super Paper Mario this, and or not Super Paper Mario, Origami King this, and just buy our way out of fights. Let's see here. Let's just avoid things for the moment. Really wish we had our skateboard too, but the skateboard is unfortunately an earned privilege once you get used to the mechanics of an area. So I'm sure we'll get it soon, just not here. But let's see. Yeah, because there's the start for the town already, so that's good. Unless the town's destroyed already, which is gonna suck, but yike. See here. Can't jump off, but we can see enemies, so looks like the usual rabble kind of just going all around. Shouldn't be too hard of a fight then to actually get around to anything. Let's just see what's up here. Because obviously the story is going to be fairly important now. But I guess just kind of while we're walking around anyways. Anything fun happen to anyone this week? Oh.
This is ridiculous.
Yeah, sorry, Gatecard, buddy.
3 days on watch with no sleep.
Oh, jeez.
10 freaking minutes late. It's not like the mine is gonna fall apart.
Hey.
Sure, whatever. You got business here. Go on in.
Yeah, we'll do that.
Wow. This guy really just wants to say fuck. Like, 3 days of watch in a frozen wasteland in metal armor. They really do not like this guy at all. Alright, well, good job, buddy. You let a group of demons into town.
People lived up here on the northern edge of the world.
This town was built around the mining of
Oi.
flamestone, which can only be found here on Mount Killerhouse.
Oh.
So if anything happens to the volcano, this town's screwed.
So releasing the 2 souls here will surely destroy the town. Inhuman, aren't I? Curse me all you want.
I have no right to. The Abbey has proven itself just as heartless.
People living here must have the will to endure the cold, to fight back against this pitiless environment. I'd rather
They probably have flamestone though, right? Because we have access to electricity and that makes our lives better, so they just have access to a hot stone.
Box of stupid. Yes, a vast container of stupid.
Right. The question is,
Aye.
can
But
we wake up
flamestone
all
probably
4
feeds
elemental
this place
Empyreans with the
overall,
souls Velvet has absorbed?
which would make the
If
most
Phenomenon's
sense,
revival
but
and the Empyrean slumber are related, we should assume we need all 4 Empyreans to stop him.
I think I'll only be able to wake 2. There are only 2 souls left inside of me. Teresa's and Oscar's.
Are you sure?
Yes, I can tell.
because we can pull up our inventory window to see what souls we've captured.
I offer my own soul.
Well, if we don't have enough, let's knock on Shigure's door. His soul would make a fine sacrifice.
Old man Melchior, too. His heart's as cold as a witch's teat, but he's free of malevolence.
You don't see that phrasing all too often.
Once?
Cold as a witch's teeth is a very good saying overall, but you definitely don't hear it that much anymore. But I do remember hearing it from some of the older TV broadcasts.
Acting with caution is a box of stupid, I take it? Now you're catching on.
All right. Leave it to me.
But there we go. We've got 2 souls, we'll go kill 2 legates. It'll all work very well.
But what's the plan?
The road to the volcano is on the other side of town. Let's start by taking a quick look around.
Yeah, that works for me. Hello, sir.
Rumors about the Lord of Calamity?
No. What rumors?
That deadly
Yes,
demon
please tell me about
rampaging
myself.
on Helives. The Abbey finally got her. I heard that
Wait,
she
what?
bites anyone who meets her gaze, that she devours humans as a snack, and that she has the head of a wolf. I was terrified of what might happen if she showed up here. Now,
So they're
I finally
falsifying
rest easy,
news a little
knowing
bit.
that she's gone.
Yeah. You wouldn't want to get bitten, that's for sure.
I know. I'm so relieved. I don't want a demon to kill me.
Definitely not. In fact, if you ever meet one, you should run. Fast.
I feel like Velvet, now that she's gotten some of her emotions back, is probably getting a bit more of a sense of humor about asking people about the Lord of Calamity at this rate. Because she's enjoying this fact a little bit too much.
It's been getting colder every year. We used to have a spring and summer, short though they were.
So like
Now we're
Antarctica.
eternal winter. It sounds like
Ugh.
a tough place to live.
Still, flamestone is used for more than just heating.
Yeah.
All over the world need it, you know. That's why no matter
There's
how
that
tough it
answer.
gets, we keep on with our lives here, while holding pride in our work.
Flamestone feeds their homes, Flamestone feeds their wallets, and their wallets feed their family. Makes sense, but when you have an entire town based off of a single natural resource, bad things usually happen, and I feel like we've encountered that like 3 times so far in the plot of this game.
Lower the temperature. Snow in the tub. Got it?
Anyways, gold chest. Neptune satchel. I don't think that's new, but still good to have.
What a peaceful, serene place.
You sure it isn't just the snow?
Wait.
Doesn't it look pure and beautiful?
Ugh,
Well,
neck.
I think it's pretty too.
Next being a
That
bitch.
doesn't guarantee the citizens
Oi.
will be.
Not you too, Eisen. Well, they're kind enough to let a shirker stand out in the cold for 3 days.
He might have been up to no good. Every town has sunny spots and shadows.
I'm glad they reference back to that, but they should still, like, maybe take care of the town guard. Leaving him outside the door for 3 days is a good way to kill someone.
I believe I shall.
Especially if they're not, like, checking up on him at all. Also, where's this last one? Hello, please talk to me.
The gatekeeper, he wasn't mean to you, was he?
He was pretty angry about being forced to watch the gate, but he let us pass through no problem.
I know that being forced to be on watch for 3 days straight is excessively harsh, but still. He wandered here from another town one day. He barely ever does any work and has a habit of pilfering things.
So he has a bit of a
He stepped
dick.
out on his duties in the Flamestone mines, and while we were busy working, he was sneaking into our empty houses to steal things.
Okay, so he was a substantial dick.
Yeah. We're bringing him food, of course. We told him that if he doesn't like it, he can leave.
Still, is he actually accomplishing anything out there?
He may be bold enough to rob us, but he's a real coward. If a demon showed up, he'd shut the gates and come running. He doesn't have anywhere else to go, so we're hoping that eventually he'll realize the error of his ways.
If you keep forcing him to stand out there in the cold, he might find another place to go. The afterlife.
Yeah, like, all things considered, while I like the cold, I still understand that the human body can't exactly, like, weather it for a super long period of time. Which is why Mariah Carey's Let It Snow is more a song about the apocalypse than a Christmas song. So I'll always make sure to keep that in mind. Oh. There are demons in town?
Damn it! What happened to the gate watch? He's
Huh.
the one who turned into a demon!
Oh. Why did the gate watch guy turn into a demon? Yeah, it's still the same coward.
Sorry, but you're going to help me.
Except won't people realize that I'm a demon because of how I fight? Also, fighting one of these is kind of lackluster. So I'm going to assume something else happens. But at the very least, the town will like us for kicking his ass. There we go.
Thank you so much.
Problem solved.
Ever repay you? I have a message for the Abbey's legates. On the next Scarlet Night, I will offer a sacrifice to Mount Killerhouse and strip Inominat of his power. I dare them to try and stop me!
Okay. Well, we could have maybe, like, tactfully dealt with this, Velvet, but...
I am corruption made flesh! Velvet!
No, okay. No, she's actually taking the role. Okay. I appreciate that.
The city is ours. Flee to the south.
And Magulu, of course, is going to take advantage of this as well to play it up. Okay. I like this. Okay. That's actually good. That's very good. Because they're going to probably explain this in a second, but this is actually a kindness.
That was splendid. We should do this more often.
It went well, except...
Ow! What was that for?
There will be no sucking of marrow.
Aye.
My sister taught me proper table manners.
Oh, what a waste. The marrow's the tastiest part.
Oh, thank you, Velvet.
At least now the citizens of Mershio won't be swept up in our fight.
That is very good. But at the very least, like, we gave them a chance to get away for the most part.
Summon the legates here. That's all.
No, Velvet.
I thank you for what you've done, oh fearsome Lord of Calamity.
I'll pretend I didn't hear that, oh exalted praetor of the Abbey.
A whole crowd of people were fleeing south. What happened?
Benwick, why are you here?
I had a delivery for the first mate. Kurogane and Kamoana are here too.
Kamoana?
She absolutely insisted on following me. Poor kid said she had a dream that you died, Eleanor.
Kamoana.
How long do we have until Shigure and the others get here?
Bit of a problem. Oh well.
Given the distance, my guess is they won't show up until the Scarlet Night.
Then I think I'll
Oh.
make use of that time.
The romance between Velvet and Eleanor going on right now is great. Yeah, it definitely is.
That's what he said.
Like, all things considered, they are
Everyone go rest.
admittedly like two sides of Aizen's coin, right? Lord of Calamity on one side and then the Angel of Justice on the other. Even though we rarely ever actively see the Angel of Justice. But at the very least, it works out well to have, like, the bromance between Rokuro and Aizen is good, just because they're guys that get along well. The conglomerate between Velvet and Eleanor is that opposites attract point where, while they should absolutely hate each other, it's more so a point that... Still haven't got that last one. But the dichotomy isn't the right word for it, is it? The differences between the two, where Velvet is obviously an upstanding girl who got completely fucked over in every respect of the word, but just overall the point of Eleanor was also a good girl, but she actually got a good treatment. And Velvet honestly could have been the one who actually helped people. Like, if Artorias didn't specifically sacrifice Laphicet, then Velvet would probably be in Eleanor's shoes, right? Like, for the most part, she would probably be in the same point.
Weird sister you've got.
You don't know the half of it. A girl weird enough to want to live alongside the Reaper, no matter the cost.
To be fair, Eddie is a good character.
I'll warn you.
Touch my sister and I'll kill you. Right? Sheesh. You say that to every guy you meet.
Awfully protective.
Nah, just obsessed.
That's even worse.
Okay, so he's not denying it. Okay, that's appreciated at least.
I like your confidence.
Yeah, I man the wheel of my own ship.
I don't like that red flag, though.
Aye, as do I. And all of you.
That's a bit of a red flag, though, and I don't like it.
And even her.
Are we actually going to cut to her? Please? Aw, come on. That's the golden opportunity for it. Oh well. Yeah, raising them death flags, unfortunately. Spend some time in town. Looks like there's something at the inn, too, so... There's Magilu and Medissa. Only came along somewhere to become Moana, for Etherean nowhere is safe, but if I'm at her side, that might help a little. Yeah, admittedly, having a good mother figure is probably a good idea to have around the small child who's, like, not used to living life on her own. I think we can no, we can't afford all of that. What are those good for? Stores by 2. And we could grab... That's a very expensive doll. But it's worth grabbing. As well as, admittedly, everything else. How much of this can we afford, is the question. Oh, why is that... Oh, it's got better skills on it. Okay. Let's see. Mithril waistcoat. Mithril boots. And then stock up on the food that we're missing. There we go. Of course I received the discount now. And we've got the pumper upper. Weighty pendant that helps the wearer grow stronger faster. Attracts a lot of attention. That's a weird wording. Oh, I can't even check it because Eisen's not in the goddamn party right now. Items? I believe this counts as accessory. There we go. Pumper upper. Equipment skills learning. Oh, I need that on him immediately. That's a good skill to get. But what does it mean by attracts a lot of attention? That's weird. But that's going on him as soon as I have the option for it. Anyways, in here? Huh. Why was there a question mark just for going into the inn? That seems a little bit awkward, but... No. Weird. Okay, well, can't do much else at the moment, so let's just go check over here to see what we need to talk to. We kind of need to spend time in town anyways. And plant. Flamestone chip. Take one, return the rest. And then, not up here. Let's just spend time here. Oh, down here, dummy. Into the cave. Not into the cave? Underground, okay. Or above ground, it just loops in a stupid way. Okay. Hey, and there's the surfing point as well. And who's up here anyways? Brokro's just chilling up here? Well, makes sense. What's up, Brokro? Huh.
What's that sound?
Oh. Yeah, Kuragane's probably just making swords again.
Must be forging another sword.
He certainly is. The old fella's forging himself into a blade.
Say that again?
He's turning himself into a sword?
He can do that? Is that possible?
Who knows? Either way, it's what he decided to do.
You ever want to sacrifice your body to turn into a weapon? Are we turning into Xenoblade, where all the people can turn into weapons now, or is this just a special power of Kuragane?
Into a sword to kill my own brother. I'm a jerk.
I'm in no position to judge.
I think you are. Whatever you may look like, you're human. You hate because you love, and feel as much hurt as you do anger. That's human. Kurogane is with me. He agreed to it. What our blacksmith
But
friend feels towards Stormhammer
how do you
is more
smith
than respect.
yourself into a
It's
weapon?
admiration, too.
Is his determination swinging the hammer by
He
spirit?
wanted to put everything he had into one final clash.
Also, does that make Rokuro the protagonist of the story then, since he's using the power of friendship to kill the enemy?
Pushing ahead. A strength that I
That's at least how I take that.
match.
Or at the very least, he's the protagonist of his
Food
own
doesn't
story.
suit you, Rokuro. You wanted to be a swordsman greater than any other. That's why you fought and bled to perfect your skills. That's the sort of man you are.
Okay, everyone's getting along now. This is probably the best point to actually get this kind of exposition out of the way anyways.
That's who I am.
Boy. I also like how we still have the Halo on Fee. But this is probably a good point for exposition, if only because of the whole calm before the storm kind of thing. I can't, right? We're not old enough to drink yet. Right, I guess Velvet's technically only like 16, isn't she? And the drinking age is only 16 in like Canada and a few other kind of countries that have low age limits on that. Or at the very least, you can drink when you're 16 with parents' permission, but you still have to be, I believe, 18 to buy alcohol. So depending on how you act is kind of when you get carded, but if you look old enough, generally speaking, you kind of get away with it anyways. But depending on where you're actively buying it, I think is where the main problem comes from. Spend some time in town. Go north now? Okay, I guess we're going north then. I know that's something I'd be a little bit curious about, just because I haven't gone to a liquor store in a while. Velvet's 19 in the main story. Oh. Wait, the drinking age is like 21 in the US, isn't it? Drinking age in Japan is 20. Okay. Abandon. Hey, look at Cat's chest. Which we can open. Therapy Cat? Wearing this will have you feeling perfectly at ease. So Velvet's kind of close to the point where she could drink, but he definitely isn't. Therapy Cat. Oh, those are cute. Don't work with any of the characters, but they're cute. Therapy Cat. Am I blind, or is it just not showing it because we don't have enough to equip it? I don't think we have enough to equip it. Therapy Cat, where are you? Oh, I like that. But I just don't think it works on Velvet. Which I assume is what they're basing the drinking gear off of. Yeah. Yeah, that probably makes the most sense of everything. Also, hey there, Bienfu. A secret mission. So he's spying on someone down here? Ooh, that's a lot of gold. Lothian Cat? It would probably work on Lothy, actually, because it would go well with his outfit. That button. Non-equipment, fashion. We're kind of not seeing this anyways, so remove. And can I just put the therapy cat on like that? Yeah. Yeah, that works. Let's see here. Yeah, unfortunately it'll clip through the halo, but it's kind of a big piece anyways. And it does kind of clip through the Ahoge, but I think that's fine.
98, 99, 100.
And what is Eleanor doing during all this?
Here I come.
Is she playing hide and seek with Kamawana? Yeah, she is. Okay.
Okay, gonna find you.
And jump scare.
Having fun?
Kamawana insisted that we play, so...
Oh.
Madam Eleanor! I followed Kamawana for you. She's hiding right over there.
Well, that's no fun, Bienfu.
Cheating against a kid? That's low.
I didn't! Bad Bienfu! No cheating!
Huh? But when I play with Miss Makilu, she always makes me do that.
She's a terrible influence on you.
Eleanor!
Bienfu.
Why aren't you looking for me?
I found you, Kamawana! And Dial!
What? Not fair! See? That's cheating.
I didn't cheat. I simply utilized Bienfu's cheating. That's called strategy.
I mean, to be fair, Magilu is kind of a bad influence on people, but, like, Magilu is kind of the person who's going to aim for the win anyway, so it makes sense. And Eleanor's just trying to take advantage of the situation.
I'm smart and strong. You don't have to worry about me.
Don't worry. I believe in you, Eleanor. I'm
Why?
just worried that Bienfu will
Also,
get
how
in
is the
trouble.
plant Therian actually handling the cold?
Why am I the bad guy now?
Because you're always the bad guy, Bienfu.
Don't worry. I'll make sure everyone makes it back safe.
Okay, it's a promise.
Why is everyone raising so many death flags?
Feeling better now. Head back, okay? It's too cold. You'll go into hibernation.
No sleeping. Dial's it next, because he's a crocodile.
Yeah, they're throwing way too many death flags.
Isn't that the same thing?
The game so far hasn't been super obvious about stuff like this. So I'm going to hold the benefit of the doubt for the moment,
There must be a way to make a better world for everyone.
because I feel like that'd be a bit of an ass pull if they kill off one of the characters here, just because they've thrown like 4 death flags already. And this is just
Centuries,
too
generations.
obvious.
Even if it takes me millennia, I'll do it.
But I think the problem of how they're throwing these flags is that they're throwing them on multiple people,
I will. Once I've made up my mind,
and they're all of the same severity at the very least.
Trust me, we know.
So, at the very least, they probably expect a general audience to die somewhere, but they don't have confirmation on who it will be. So I guess it's more so us guessing to see who is going to sacrifice themselves to actually get things going. But even then, like, I honestly feel it'd be better if they just made everyone survive anyways.
Lord of Calamity.
That might actually serve them better overall.
But I won't stand by if Kamawana's fate is involved.
Ooh, Medusa's getting protective
It's a bit
of
late
Kitty.
for that. If you mean to stop me, you'll have to strike me down first. You asked for it.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Fee, for breaking the tension. Knew that sneeze was coming eventually.
I found an inn with a nice big hot spring. Warm yourself up before you catch cold.
What a darling you are! I'll take you up on that. Gotta conserve my strength.
And thank you, Magilu.
Good idea. Fee, want to join me?
What? No way.
No need to hold back on my account. The bath at the inn should be huge.
That's not the problem.
Aww.
See? Hurry up and get in.
He doesn't want to see a naked woman.
I'll pay the loan, thank you. You go first.
Fine.
Like, I appreciate Fee. Oh.
What is it?
Melchior's here.
Watch these folks for a bit, alright?
Magilu. Stop throwing your own death flag. Come on. Ugh. Hi, Melchior.
Looks like you got
No
our
surprise you're
message.
here.
You plan on awakening the 4 Empyreans.
How can she just walk up
It
casually?
hasn't dulled your wits, I see.
Surely you know
Yeah, like, that's a death flag, but this is
You know the chaos you will
kind of
bring
obvious to what would happen, but they're talking
Oh, yeah,
casually
so
about
much
this.
chaos. In
But why is Melchior here on his own?
Free will. Many exorcists will lose their power to do
What?
whatever they do, and the Abbey will lose its means of control.
While the demon threat will remain unchanged.
Not only that, but the elemental balance of this world will be thrown into turmoil for hundreds of years. Earth will shift, skies will go mad, seas will swell, volcanoes will erupt. It'll be quite a show.
All of civilization will regress. The eruption of Mount Killerus alone will rob humanity of its source of flamestone and consequently of gunpowder.
Oh yeah, right, they make gunpowder or flamestone in this universe, huh?
Don't worry about it. I'm sure mankind will think of something. Go humans, right?
Just what do you think humans are?
The wellspring of all malevolence.
So, are we implying Magilu isn't human?
To the world, until the day that humanity can repent and overcome.
Or is this more so just, how do you feel about the general public humans? Because I know Magilu has done some weird things.
For that very purpose.
But oh boy, still waiting on answers on Magilu.
Hated for our sacrifice. We are the shadow of the shepherd who brings salvation.
Will you not return to our side? You still seem to think of yourself as a maven.
A maven?
I can think of nothing more.
Oh, that's probably her original name.
It is a world of purity.
A garden of fake flowers, good for show and nothing else.
It's a world of order built on righteous ideals.
Righteous ideals where no one has free will. Yeah, there we go. There's some emotion. Thank you, Magilu.
Can a flower hold beauty if it does not wilt? Can a wolf be satisfied eating grass? The thought makes me wretch, as do those who wish for it, and those content to live in shackles.
I'm not sure if they're content. This is more mind-wiping than active control.
Some may look down on them and scoff at their foolishness, but their unwavering wills are proof that they're alive.
Although I am confused as to how they can just have this as a casual conversation.
Then I will live and die with evil as my mantra.
Then I have no choice but to crush you.
Used to treating people as bugs, aren't you?
Hi, Aizen.
We got your back, Magilu.
Wait. Now is not the time. His life belongs to the Lord of Calamity. Melchior Maven, I'll see you at the volcano.
Wait, Maven.
Don't you worry. I'll be sure to be there as you breathe your last.
Oh no.
Very well. It will save me the
Please tell me Magilu isn't his daughter. Because that raises a few questions. And yet he won't step on the flower in the frozen wasteland. That's oddly symbolic. Yeah, they're related in some way.
You haven't changed at all, Master.
Yeah, Master was implied a while ago. Is he family is the question. And another anime scene?
What a
yeah.
nice bath. How was the men's side?
Not bad. I feel warmer now.
Poor innocent little Laffy said. Her little Fee.
No, I feel fine.
Look, Fee, it's fine. Velvet's hot. Just get used to it.
You mind? Help me comb my hair.
Can I?
Yes, please.
Aw, is this gonna be a cute scene? Aw, it is. Even though Velvet's hair should probably be on the floor while she's sitting down, but...
Be careful, okay? I can't contain it.
Huh. Okay, so this does still happen to her at least, but...
You know something, Velvet?
She's comfortable enough with letting him try? So that's good. But seeing it actively clean is nice.
That power that I have. If I could master the silver flame, I might be able to turn you back into a human.
A human, huh?
Velvet being human again would be
If
odd.
we ever had a chance to start over, I'd love to cook for you every day.
But if she did go back to being human, she'd at least taste things again, right?
They sell in the stores.
Okay, then I'll fetch the water and chop the firewood.
That'd be an interesting point of development.
Of course. I'm gonna get a
Actually, because with Velvet giving up her demonhood, that implies that she's done with her quest, because the only reason she really accepted the whole demonization and, I guess, therization on her case.
It's too late.
Oh.
Too many sacrifices. Too many to ever come back from. I can't.
No, never mind. Okay.
But Velvet...
Fine if you want to step up that idea, but
Even worse, I haven't stopped.
it would be interesting to see Velvet go back to being a human after this, but
If we kill
I can't...
what will
Well,
happen to the Therians who are part of him?
it depends, really, right?
Well,
it's likely that they'll all die. I know it. I dug my own grave. But what about Kamoana and Medusa? More importantly,
Yeah, that's
what about you,
Velvet's
Fee?
malevolence.
You
It's
are
getting
connected to
worse as
him.
we're going through this conversation.
I know I might
Calm
die
down,
if I go
Velvet.
through with this, but still I
You
have
don't say
to
that
do
to
it.
people who are in this state, Jude. Come
Even
on.
if it means I have to sacrifice everyone that I know, even you who saved me. The Lord of Calamity isn't a demon.
Are we waiting for
She's just
a hug from Fee?
selfish, horrible girl.
Come on, Fee.
I have something to confess. I don't like being called Fee. I really don't.
Wait, you don't actually like Fee?
I think that name's too childish.
Luffy said the same thing to me.
I'm sure that he did. Velvet,
Hi.
you really don't understand boys at all.
Oh.
You're right, I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. Luffy knows what's going on. That's good. So, how about an actual name, then? Instead of just he or Luffy said? Can he get, like, his own independent name?
I forgive you.
Aww. That's nice to see. And thankfully we can actually use Velvet crying as an actual emotional turn point, which is nice.
Thank you. Luffy said.
I guess they're just gonna stick with Luffy set, but I guess old Luffy set's not really using a name anymore because they're pretty stuck on Inominat. And Eleanor heard that entire thing. Yeah, Eleanor heard that entire thing.
Is Velvet in there? Yeah, but now's not the best time.
Yeah.
I'm here.
Yeah, emotional times. And we have a cat.
Time's over. The legates have arrived.
I think the kitty does work well. I didn't realize it had a gold collar either. Yeah, Velvet's actual ability to cry is being used as a fairly good plot point, if only because of the fact it's emergency.
I think
right.
Don't worry, leave Shigure to me.
I forgot that they were kind of joking about that earlier.
Here with me. Kurogane and I will cut Shigure down.
Well, it's a good thing you're not in the party, Rokuro. You can do that and we'll take care of Murik.
Sorry.
Melchior. That's the name.
Mine to eat. Got it?
Got it. But at the very least, you're gonna let me watch.
I like this group.
You do whatever you
This
want.
is a group of characters that I just enjoy.
I'm always nuts.
Also remember a long time ago I asked if you were in the snowy town. This is the place I was thinking of. Oh. Okay. Well, to answer your question 3 weeks late, yes, we are in the snowy town now.
Let's go.
Let's go kick some ass.
Eleanor, keep Laphicet safe.
Also, I'm realizing the title of the stream might actually be slightly more appropriate. I wasn't actually expecting us to murder anyone, but... Or at least not murdering anyone right away. So... I guess I thought ahead by accident. Yay. Let's get down to business to kill the church. And important. Oh, we just get to talk to people. Why are we getting another one of these?
Exorcist went there, and when they came back, they were laid up in bed, having awful nightmares and saying strange things in their sleep.
Why are we getting another class 4 this late into the game? Why did we not get these earlier?
All kinds of weird.
Although Faye.
Demons they saw there?
Hey, I ain't done. Towards the
Oy.
end, they were talking about not wanting to see people's backs, that they hated them.
They hated backs? What could that mean?
I don't know. That's what makes it so strange.
Maybe they saw the back of some demon on the island, and they don't want to be reminded.
Your guess is as good
Also,
as mine.
apologies for all of the yawning. I have been dealing with a bit of extra sugar consumption, if only because of the fact that I need to stay awake while I work. And unfortunately, I kinda ran off that high a little while ago. Although I did notice that earlier today it was hot enough to take the coloration off my M&Ms a little bit, so I'm gonna be very happy once this heat wave goes away, let's say that much.
Keeping secrets.
All right, I guess I'll tell you.
All right, go on.
Alright, Medusa, what you
Robin and
got?
her friends left to go fight one last battle. It's a really important fight. For you, for me, and for everyone in the whole wide world.
Medusa really is a mom.
More than I can
Eat bleaching candy.
And right now, nobody
Well,
knows
it's not
that.
really bleaching, it's more so the colors just kind of melt
Sounds
off, just because of how the color dyes are usually applied to those kinds of hard candies, is that they're applied to a white shell, and then the colors themselves just kind of melt off if they're heated too hot, which for the point of M&Ms, I believe it's somewhere between 25 to 30 degrees Celsius, if I'm remembering correctly.
I think you would.
I haven't exactly tested it, but it's usually about 25 to 30, or I believe that's about 80 to 95 Fahrenheit? I don't know your freedom temperatures, but also a melting Jude emote would be interesting, but like my body isn't really meltable.
No, I think I can count on all of you more than I can that
Yeah,
guy.
admittedly. Yeah, that's fairly hot overall. But, like, unfortunately, the thing that people mention about why Canada complains about the heat so much is the fact that our homes keep heat in because of the winter, which is why winter is relatively more comfortable, because we just have to heat our homes a little bit, and then as long as there's no obvious leakages, then it's usually fine, but during heat waves like this, the summer tends to suck because of that. I don't know if it's fully true, depending on if you're getting a really shitty house to begin with. I think in my situation, at the very least, I live in a place that's not necessarily built as well, which is why the winter isn't necessarily a good thing either, but also, you're going to be defeating your brother, you can't be in the party. Let's see here. I can still talk to Kamoana, which is weird. I think he'll pick me up a souvenir. Anything is possible. Probably won't. They're very thoughtful. But still, be happy if they come back safe. That's the problem. Like, she's underselling what we're doing here, but at the very least. Let's see. Did we need to do anything? Oh, right, Aizen. Aizen, you're getting your thumper upper. And we're getting that maxed out as quickly as possible. Fenwick and the other pirates. And we've got Kuragane as a sword now. And then... Oh, hello.
Teacher, you managed
I
to
didn't think
decipher what
that
ancient book had to say
Grimoire
about
was actually in
Nominon's
here.
awakening, didn't you?
Right after we escaped from Titania, yes. I'm just
Boy.
sorry it wasn't of much use to you.
Oh, come on, Grim. I'd say it turned out all right.
That's not for you to decide.
You're not seriously blaming Grimm for all that.
No, I'm not. But I'd still like to know anything more specific about Innominat.
Please.
I might just sleep without a pillow tonight and sleep on my back.
Right.
Maybe that'll help fix
What
my
Innominat needs to fully
spine a little bit.
Isn't a large quantity of malevolence, but rather the quality of it, in 8 types. Specifically, he needs despair, hatred, greed, conceit, lust, obsession, cowardice, and selfishness.
If each was assigned to a single Therian, then Velvet would be hatred and Kamawana greed, right?
Medissa would be conceit. Teresa is lust. And Orthrus, obsession?
And cowardice for Griffin. That leaves the Rhino Stagros with selfishness.
But Artorius was trying to steal despair from me. How does that fit in? 8 types of malevolence and only 7 Therians. It definitely doesn't add
that's
up.
a concern.
Whatever the case, it seems obtaining this 8th malevolence is the final obstacle before Innominat's full awakening.
So if they can find a better source of despair outside of us...
His plan was to foster profound hatred within Velvet, before plunging her into despair.
And he used her brother to do it.
If that's true, gathering all the Therians served a greater purpose. Right now, the Abbey has no means to collect despair.
But with Teresa dead, shouldn't a new Therian have taken her place?
Yeah, that's the issue.
But after we killed her, the Abbey still went out of their way to try to capture
her.
That must mean they haven't been able to secure the new Therian. And even if they did, it wouldn't have despair.
That's a good point.
I wonder, actually, because if we still have Teresa's soul in us, does that mean we're still kind of holding on to lust?
It must not be something one can find overnight.
Right. We need to attack while there's still time.
Or that.
Indeed. Yet...
Is something troubling you?
Yes. It comes down to the very idea of quality where malevolence is concerned.
Hey there, Mousy. I thought you were going to sleep. Or did you not have much luck in that?
What you're really talking
but
about
welcome
is
all the same.
That would mean that Therians pick out and devour this pure malevolence.
Or are you like Solace and you can kind of work off 3 hours of sleep?
By its very nature is impure.
Or by the logic of the stream, 1, because it's only really been like an hour and a half since you left.
They need to be responsive to a purity of impurity.
But welcome all the same. Hopefully you can actually get some rest when possible, but I know that sleep is kind of hard for everyone, so... While I would like everyone to get sleep, I've gotten past those days of telling people to just go the fuck to sleep. Unless y'all want me doing a reading of that book, just because, like, it's a good book. And while Samuel L. Jackson did a good job of actually doing the audiobook for it to begin with, then, I don't know, maybe doing a meme reading of that book would be an option somewhere down the line. X. Bring down the Exorcist Legate at Mount, which requires us to go out of town. Alrighty, well, let's just save here. And then let's not go out of town. Not that way. We need to go the other way. Okay. Yeah, Go the Fuck to Sleep is definitely a fun book. I never owned a physical copy of it, just I know it got memed to hell and back, so I do know the rough contents of it. And it's a good book.
I could just use my power to seal Innominat.
And it was definitely worth bringing out in the time.
Just don't be too eager to
But probably not when you're going to find an Scholastic book fair.
Oh no,
Just
I'm
saying.
not a good guy. I'm a selfish, wicked little boy.
Oh, is that so?
But if you acknowledge your own selfishness, then it's something you've chosen for yourself, right?
Yeah.
Then we have that in common. Now, all that's left is to follow your own creed. Only that.
And then we've got all the male characters joining hands and being happy together.
I'd be like, cool.
Thanks, Aizen. Thanks, Rokuro.
Look, it's how they get along. It works.
Velvet. Don't give up on Laphicet just yet, okay?
So, you were eavesdropping on us at the inn.
Heavens! I never knew a praetor to be so utterly shameless!
how selfish you are. Life's empty without anyone to share it with.
There we go.
Correct. She's got a point.
More than anything, I don't want to give up. Not on myself.
There's definitely been a good amount of character development over this game, and I very much appreciate it. That is usually why I like... God, Scarlet Knight makes this area look really bad. But overall, like, most of the storytelling in the Tales of games is something that's very hard to fight.
Oh, calm down. It's just steam.
Really?
Oh.
Now Killer House is melting the bottom of the glacier.
Of course. The heat of
That's
the
a bit of
cold are engaged
concern.
in a feudal war, just like someone I know.
Why not worry about the path you're taking?
The path I'm taking? Oh, hot! Wait, beneath this ice
is boiling hot water.
Yeah.
One false step and we're poached!
Probably.
If you don't slip, you won't die.
For the Reaper, you're certainly optimistic.
Where's that famous apathy of yours today, Magilu?
Yeah, Magilu admittedly has been a little bit more emotional lately as well. I would imagine her, like, 150 turn squabble against Melchior probably unlocked it a little bit, if only because of the fact that she kind of needed to deal with it. Also. Oh, that was bad. Yeah, that's quite bad. That works, though. Because we're already up to 4 again. Oh boy. Then you can go away, because casters are jerks, and the monks are built to murder them. Yoink! And then... Womp womp. And there we go. Lovely. Although these guys are kind of lower on the actual level, but I suppose that's okay. Also, I'm realizing I missed out on a couple extra chests, so I'm just gonna grab those really quick. Soul bottle. Definitely good. Some more souls and a plant, which I should probably check how many plants... Yeah, we've got a few of those. I probably should use them at this rate, but that requires me to do things, and we don't necessarily need to do that now. There we go. Now what way do we need to go here? Probably up that way? Let's just keep going this way. The wall thankfully can't catch us, so... Although... Oh, I thought that was a wolf. That's a... pangolin. Or Prezillo. Alright, yeah, armadillo, pangolin, roughly the same thing anyways. Pangolins are cute, by the way. You should always go look up pictures of them and just see how adorable they are. Also, can you F off? There we go. That's a bit better. Well, there we go. That's better. Then get the wind out. Then we can get that off again. And they technically count as crustaceans because they have a natural armor, which I find kind of funny, but that's awkward for actively explaining what they're supposed to be. Because it's just a frozen armadillo. Why is it counted as a crab? You could just make it armored. That's all it is. It's just an armored beast. Quartz pendant. That's not bad. Also...
The snow. It's all red. So this is a Scarlet Knight.
Yeah.
Isn't it?
The Scarlet Knight is a bit odd. It at least looks amazing.
It's not like I'm happy about it or anything.
If you're worried
Good
about
backpedal.
Laufey or
Laufey
Salva,
set.
you don't need to be. I was just wondering what makes the moon turn so red.
They say the Crimson Moon is a gate to beyond, and is proof of humanity's sins.
A sign of sin, huh? Maybe the moon drinks up the innocent blood spilled by the wicked.
There ain't no rest for the wicked. Money don't grow on trees. We got bills to pay, we got mouths to feed. There ain't nothing in this world for free.
The land and the moon pull at each other, and
There we go.
energy spills into the sky, turning it red.
Borderlands definitely made that song pop up significantly more than you'd think it would in this newer generation, but it's still a good song.
The world of humanity is
I won't fault it
violent,
for that.
and the Earth Pulse is stained with all the blood spilled throughout history. So Rokuro's theory might have hit a little closer to the truth than expected.
Also, I have no idea how the auto-tuning of my robot voice would really affect my ability to sing, or lack thereof.
Sure does look grim, though.
Yeah.
Also, I did see a chest, but where did it go? Hello. Topaz fragment, always nice. Nothing over there. Doesn't look like mobs over here, but we can't fly. Fine, I guess we'll just run. Thankfully, the enemies in this area aren't too bad anyways, but... Oh,
I can feel a powerful earth pulse flowing inside it.
It
Well.
looks like we can reach the core from there.
makes sense. What's in the golden chest, then? Gloire de Masseau sash. And that is for Velvet. With a peach-colored rose. What does that do for us? Just art attack. But he isn't buffed to art attack. Compared to what we've got on now, at the very least, which is just capability versus dragons. I have a feeling we're probably going to be fighting some more dragons in the future, so I'll just keep that on. Maybe the boss fight will max it out for us, and we won't have to worry about it going forward. Anyways. Obvious save point is obvious, so... let's just... no, don't do that. There we go. Mount Killer Us. Probably not a good place to buy toys, but...
Alright, Velvet. I think it's
oh, we got a plan?
let us in on your plan for how we escape if and when the volcano erupts.
There is no plan.
What? And even if we awaken the elemental Empyreans, we're still toast!
I'm not going to die.
Well, I'm super happy for you, but what about the rest of us?
I'm sure you'll all make it.
Don't you think you're being a bit blithe?
I doubt there'll be an eruption.
Hi,
We'll
Velvet.
only be using the volcano's
Okay.
life spring to push souls into the earth pulse. I don't think that should have much of an impact on the volcano's activity itself.
Well, if you say so. That's a load off.
But still, if the volcano
But the
erupts...
ancients also say that when the four Empyreans awaken, there's a great shift in the Earth. If they're angry about being roused from their slumber, I don't think a volcanic eruption is something we can rule out.
See? What did I tell you?
Really, I'm sure we'll be fine.
Magilu on this roller coaster of
We'll just
despair.
deal with it.
Like, sometimes she'll be good, sometimes she won't be.
You look sure of yourself, but I'm still nervous.
Oh, that's a lot of Discord pings. Is there anything I have to worry about?
Yeah.
Girl DM going, something for supporting Ina, and then another streamer going. Okay, nothing I have to directly worry about, at least.
It wasn't hard. Besides, it's not like you have anyone to give a will to.
Okay, Velvet's at least enjoying being regular human now. Or at least more human than she has been in the past little while. So, fire is not what actually hurts them, it's earth. Do I have earth against them? No, that's water, that doesn't really count. Consuming Claw, it just takes them as crustacean, which I still find kind of funny that if it doesn't want to make them armored, it'll just make them crustacean, if only for natural armor. Flame Ward done. Okay. Magilu? Yeah. Slow Ward next. And then Flame Bat? Come here. I'm gonna assume all the fire is not gonna do much to them. Oh no, they don't actually resist fire. They just resist Marshall. Interesting. Still bats though. Just very advanced bats. Yoink. One down. And Laughing Raven on that one, which is just slightly overkill, but that's fine. One down. Get another claw out, but Loppy said's just gonna murder it with bubbles.
But I'm serious about my fooling around.
I also like that the eye patch works very well on Magilu, since it does at least flow with the rest of her color scheme anyways. And it does just kind of make her a bit more of a shade-eating character to begin with. So I'm glad that we've been able to keep that on for a while without finding anything new to actively replace it. Now, anything over here? Because this kind of looks like an area where you would store a chest or something. Hey, look at that. And come here. Arcane bottle. I don't know what that is, but I destroyed it anyways, which means we have too much of it, so it's fine. I know the one thing we haven't really done in a while is sell off some of the extra little bits and pieces that we've had, so probably have a little bit to work with overall. And we probably can make maybe like 30,000 Zenny, I believe is this currency. No, it's gold. Zenny is Ragnarok Online and a couple others. But it's gold here, it's Gil and Final Fantasy. And also Abandoned too. And it looks like we have... Oh god, that's quick. Okay, so we can't outrun these guys, noted. They're just weak to Martial. I think that's a pure Martial set, right? Nice, okay. Really now. How about no? And whoosh. But they still count as pure crustacean because of natural armor, so sure, we'll take it. There we go. Ison has that giant crosswind skill, that's lovely. Oh, that's a whiff. I just tried eating the child, that's not exactly what we want to do. There we go. Okay, so I guess it was just the angels that were a problem, because we're just melting through these guys. Okay, nope, that's bad.
Don't waste my time.
There we go. That works a bit better for us. Ow. Really? Is that poison? Rude. Get rid of the poison, please. There we go. That's another reason why I like controlling Velvet the most, just because her claw does actively get rid of status effects. Just so that way you don't have to worry about wasting items on it. And she's just the easiest one to heal because of that. Just because, oh, you have a status effect? Okay, I'll take it off, throw an item on myself. There we go. Now let's see, what else is around? Doesn't look like much, but I guess all things considered, the Legates have to get through here too, so they may have cleared the way beforehand, and we're just gonna meet them at the top anyways. Because they're just expecting us to come up there and to do our thing. Well, can the bats catch us? That looks like a no. That's good at least. What else do we have? Not too much. Oh well. Oh yeah, I was thinking of going to McDonald's this weekend just because I haven't had it in a year and a half. There is thankfully a Walmart fairly close to me. I do just have to walk up to the Walmart and grab it.
If you fall asleep, we're leaving you.
We need our actual surfboard to get over there. Alright, I'm sure we'll get it once we're actually up the mountain a bit more. So I guess tomorrow I'll take a bit of a walk before the Shovel Knight stream and go to McDonald's to get like an early lunch kind of thing. Just because after that stream, tomorrow's going to be a little bit different, if only because of the fact that Lemma and Nikki, I believe, are MIA traveling. So tomorrow evening, it won't be the 4-job fiesta, it will just be a solo stream with me at this time, so it'll be a bit easier to actively talk with me, thankfully, if that's something that you kind of miss in the evenings. But we'll be doing some more of Monster Hunter Stories 2, just because I'm gonna kind of put my foot down and leave that as an RPG, and not quite a brain-dead game that I'd like to insert on a Thursday. Because it is technically brain-dead, but it's still a little bit complicated, because you're gonna have to worry about grinding, so we'll leave Monster Hunter Stories to the Friday slot once we're done with this and Arise, I guess. I kind of waited long enough anyway, so I'm kind of past the point of spoilers since I kind of know what monsters and monsties are available now anyways to some extent. But at the very least, we'll keep RPG stuff to Fridays, just because we have long-form days for it. And then on Thursdays, I'll have to look into calmer games to at least get me started in the week, just because there are a few. Farming games are definitely a good option for it, so while Stardew is a little bit of a meme in terms of, like, VTubers playing it, I might honestly just pick it up as a comfy game for Thursday, but I have a few other options as well for whenever we actually finish Slime Rancher. Just because I can't imagine us lasting more than a couple streams with Slime Rancher. So I'm gonna have to fill that slot sooner rather than later. But Thursdays we'll keep it comfy, Fridays we'll keep it RPG. Saturdays I'll probably just keep it as a bit more vague, but pixel games. Either pixel or platformer or both. Because I do tend to like retro-styled games, so obviously things like Shovel Knight, the Pirate's Curse for Shantae. The Toho Lunar Nights is kind of what I'm next thinking for Saturday after we finish off Shovel. Just because I've been curious about that since Solace said you were bad at the game. So I'm curious to see how challenging it actually is. And I would like to get a little bit more acquainted with Toho stuff, with how many memes are being posted about that lately. So I figured playing an offshoot of it will probably be a good way. And Axiom Verge 2 also just came out. Well, I haven't played Axiom Verge 1, so that would be an option as well.
But there's something I've been meaning to ask you.
I'm gonna probably wait for a sale for it, though. If that's okay, Non.
So, how was your bath and Mercio?
Although thinking on it, that's on Steam, right?
Went in with Velvet, right? Just between us guys.
Phone.
What was it like?
Phone. Steam.
Let me in on this too. It'll be our secret.
You too, Isaac!
Axie.
There's nothing to be ashamed of.
No, don't search my friends list.
Times in life when you need to find your resolve and seize
I have a notif on my main account.
You just want to know what your resolve got you.
Right. It's like a test.
Stop it! I didn't go into the bath with her!
Oh.
Well, that's a shame. That might have been your one shot. Once you're all up, you won't be able to
that's bad.
That's
Whoops.
why I didn't do it. I'm
Is that
tired
from
of
my
Velvet
sister?
treating me like a little kid.
Bravo!
I think that's from my sister.
That's the test.
Whoops.
Right. You don't need me to watch over
I mentioned to her that...
We're just happy that you're growing
Oh,
up.
that's awkward.
I don't understand you two. If you're just gonna pick on me,
I'll have to actually thank her, because I didn't get any notifications about this.
Laughter's good for the soul.
I guess I need to sign into the other Steam account and accept that, and then I can buy a game with that. Whoops.
But now I can fight like I always do. I owe you lots.
Oy. Axiom Verge 2 is
Looks like the next test.
EGS.
Yeah.
Yes, Epic Game Store. Okay. So yeah, I'll be waiting on Axiom Verge 2 for a while anyway, since I just don't want to download the Epic Game Store to begin with. I could probably get past the point now, just I really don't care that much about how Epic Games deals with stuff. And I'd rather not deal with another launcher, if I'm completely honest. I already had to deal with the GOG one. Really don't want to have to deal with GOG, Steam, and the Epic Game Store too. As well as just the other bad, annoying bitch things that Epic Games have done over the years. Oh. That actually worked? Huh. Weird. Okay. There we go. Oh, right, they don't actually... Right, they resist fire. They're just weak to beast things. Okay. Although it is good that Axiom Verge 2 did at least come out. I don't necessarily like how easily just all of the indie games are kind of verging to it, but I get why. Just, I don't like it, just because I don't like Epic Games very much. Yeah, that's probably... Water against an Ice Wolf is probably not a good idea either, but... Alright, fine. Well, fuck you too, Wolf. You're fairly easy to kill normally at the very least, but... Here. And can we actually hit it? Oh sure, won't take free games from EOS, but you'll get Crunchyroll money. I don't know about all the problems with Crunchyroll is, mainly the difference between that argument. So if you want to, like, explain to me what the problems with Crunchyroll are, by all means I'll be taking it into another point of account.
Come on, really?
But I've just never actually found those problems, so I obviously sit in the camp of giving them money, if only because I've been in there for too long. No. Whoops. That's a bit of a problem. Yeah, by all means, you're more than welcome to tell me what Crunchyroll did wrong. No one tells me anything anyway, so it'd be a refreshing change of pace. Thank you, Eisen. Yeah, that's a significant amount of damage to a wolf. That might be a little overkill. And then into the crowd. There we go. That's better. Then please die. Thank you.
Come on, really?
Then another level on there, and new daggers for Rokuro. Not that they are needed at the moment, but... Let's see, can we avoid that wolf too? We can, because they do not care about save points. I've just never heard an argument against Epic that actually made any sense to me. Valve and Steam have done just as many cruddy things, but they somehow get a free pass. I guess that's true. Oh, we finally got everything here, didn't we? Nice. Okay. Centurion Isles. I might have to double back just to double check why I hated Epic Games Store as much as I did. It might honestly just because of one of the games that they had. The really short version is Crunchyroll's Hypocritic Capitalist Liars. So, like, every single capitalist business that exists, then... Because, like, as a short version, that describes a lot of companies, Leah. Although hypocritical is maybe if it's more subjective and can explain something different about it. Let's see. Who's actually in here? Oh, no, that's Shigure. Okay. Hello. Yeah, I'd have to double check on the Epic Games stuff. I kind of just wrote it off just because it was another launcher coming out. And there was some reason I didn't like Epic Games.
It's okay.
But I don't really remember the reason why anymore, and I just didn't bother to really check in with them anymore. Like, it's cool if they're releasing a shit ton of free games anyways, but... what are we doing here? Huh.
Incredible! The old bastard forged himself into a sword.
How did he... what?
Indeed. That blade's the embodiment of Kurogane's centuries of study.
I'm still confused as to how he forged himself into a sword.
I like it.
Just Kurogane for now. He will be the blade that surpasses both Stormquell and Stormhowl. And
This is very confusing.
Then he will have earned the name Kurogane Stormquell.
Although they're technically brothers.
Yeah.
And they're both very cocky brothers. So... this works? I guess? But a weird way to interact between the two.
Sorry to keep you waiting.
Watch out. I wouldn't be surprised if he used an Armatus.
An Armatus?
Aww.
It's not my style to rely on anyone's help.
It's not really, but wouldn't surprise me.
Bad exorcist. Look, you'll even ask a tubby kitty for help.
Shut up! I'm totally not!
He isn't. Quite the opposite, actually. Shigure asked me to restrain his power.
Restrain his power? Wait, you don't mean...
She does.
It's for my training.
It's the Zaraki eye patch method.
Morgrim, release my bindings.
Alrighty, we get Shigure at full power. Let's see what he can do. Yeah, he's just gonna Osura it.
Kitty Wampus was holding him back?
With enough will, humans can do anything. This was to be my secret weapon against Artorias. Impressed.
Sorry, but we're pitching in.
Good. I'll take you all at once.
I mean, makes sense.
Forget about fighting fair.
So I'm assuming this is the two individual bosses then, where we have Shigure first, and we'll have Melchior at the top. Then we'll take them out and steal their souls kind of thing. Let's see, he is weak to fire, and resistant to wind. Well, we have plenty of fire. Let's see what's good here, though. Throwing Dragon's not a good start move. Infernal Torrent is fine. Infernal Torrent into Hearing Edge, into Cerberus Wave. Cerberus Wave can go here, maybe. Cerberus Wave and Infernal Torrent. There we go. Weak to fire and is in a volcano. Yeah, I mean, when in doubt, usually speaking, the stubborn swordsmen tend to train in places that they're not actually liking. I think I may have misinterpreted two red enemies as bosses when I was counting. Oh, okay. I mean, that's not necessarily a bad thing. Also, I put that on A, didn't I? Wow. Dude, we just started the fight. And of course he targets Loppiset first. And Eisen's down already. Also, what level is he? He's 54. We could... Yeah, that's expected. Nope. This is why you hate swordsmen in these games. Anyways, item. Leave Rokuro in your active party. Oh. Yeah, we probably should have Rokuro in the active party, shouldn't we? But I would kind of want to swap him over top of Eisen. Can I force that at all? If I control... No. Because I have no idea how I swapped it to, like, the third party member is who's getting the swap ability. And I don't quite remember how to actually change that. Because nothing really gave me the option to do that. Strategy is not quite what we need to do. Because if we do it off of you... Actually, can we not do it just like that? I think so. Yeah, there we go. Hey there, Caribou. Welcome, welcome. Hopefully things are going well on your side so far. We're just fighting one of the big bads. I really don't like how easily you can stun people. Sure. There we go. At least got one out of the way. He also attacks very slowly, so it seems like a good point to, like, get extra crystals off of him. But he's going down easily enough, even at quote-unquote full power. Although he is getting his Mystic Art charge fairly easily. Oh! Okay, I can see why you wanted him in there. So that's probably why you want Rokuro in the active party, to stop his spamming of his Mystic Art. Okay. Like that as a mechanic, I'll give it that. I didn't quite think they would include that, but it's a good mechanic. Yeah, he does seem to have a bit of health, but... Like, it's only 76,000. That's only like 10 times more than our entire party combined. Just because you're a health sponge doesn't really mean much. Thankfully, Rokuro's Mystic Art can still go off on him, even though we can block his. And I'd imagine he's just gonna focus Rokuro more than Velvet during this anyways, so... that might help us out a little bit. Ooh, nice. There we go. That's always a good way to get him out. I would like to see if we can grab... oh, that's bad. I guess Rokuro also does kind of help since he's got a lot of fire in his kit, from what I recall. At least I think he does. There we go. It seems like cheating how slow he actually attacks. And yeah, welcome Michi. Hopefully things are going well for you. How about no? Now, this combo might be a bit too expensive, which is why this is happening, but... oh. And really, your big, dangerous attack outside of your Mystic Art is just slamming the ground really hard? Come on, dude. Okay, you know what? Screw you. I'm taking that off. There we go. He is almost down, actually. So we're not slacking in any way. Ow. Although we are down to 2 at the moment, so... well, that didn't quite work in my favor. Oh. Yeah, hopefully things are going alright for you so far, Michi. Playing through Hades. Okay, Hades is a good game to go through. I don't think that's gonna be enough, is it? Ooh, nice, we did take him down with the Mystic. That's good. Hades is a good roguelite, for sure. I know that overall, like, people do like it as a roguelite. I just haven't played it because I didn't have the time to.
I haven't even shown you my true blade. Your true blade?
Alright, now do we get the cutscene fight?
No time for me to take a break.
Shigure!
Keep out of this one, Morgrim.
Uh-oh, he's bringing out the 2 hands.
He's still got plenty of power left.
Of course he does. He's Shigure Rangetsu after all.
2 blades, you sure?
Why don't you find out? It's your life on the line.
The same goes for you.
Yeah, of course, when he has the 2-hand style going, he's not being lazy. Of course, he has goddamn flash step. Okay. That is good that they're able to keep up with each other, though. Although Shigure is kind of holding the advantage. Mostly. But that is fun to see. Huh. That seems like a good way to break those. Oh. Okay, that's a way to deal with it. So that's why he uses dual blades.
3 of them.
Oh. Okay.
So this is your true
I approve of
blade.
Santoryu. I'll give him that.
That's right. I developed this technique to defeat you.
Not bad at all.
Good way of doing it, though. That's actually pretty smart fighting. So the reason he never drew his blade is simply because of the fact that he wanted to save it as a coup de grace, essentially. I like that kind of all-or-nothing fighting technique.
Please, let this fat cat go.
Shigure?
But we get the true Storm Howl now, so that's good.
Shigure, you were ordered to be executed because I
was already planning on leaving. I was sick of living the life of a chained dog.
Aw. I guess there is still a little bit of a sappy story between them. They're all just battle-hardened warriors, and that's kind of why this had to happen.
Stop worrying about the little things.
So, like, Shigure's still a dick, but he's less of a dick than everyone else at the rest of the Abbey.
Seethe when it doesn't. Die when one finds you. That's all there is to it.
But Shigure, at the end of the day, he's just kind of a dick who still followed the Warrior's Code. That's really it.
That's what makes it so much fun.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah, I do appreciate the story as well. Like, it's just two brothers fighting each other at the end of the day, but the details in between definitely make it a fun story to tell.
If only Artorias' stony face could smile like that, he'd be a lot happier.
But, later, Shigure. Been nice knowing you.
Yeah.
So what do we do with Stormhowl now? Is he just gonna wield both of them on his back at the same time?
We're good?
We're good. My blade found its mark.
Alright, well, it's Om time. I think. And the symbolism, which I appreciate. Everybody leveled. Only the cast heals on Velvet. Oh well, that at least gave us a good amount of effort on the other pieces of gear, I'd wager. Shimmery shoes. 7% chance of having soul gauge cost. Okay. Can you hug Rokuro? Yeah, by all means, you can hug Rokuro. I have no problem with that.
If you want to leave now, Rokuro, I won't stop you.
Don't forget, my purpose here is to repay my debt to you.
Yeah, I mean, he at least completed his goal.
You said something to him at the end.
To Shigure?
Yeah. Maybe it's not my place to ask, but...
I don't mind. It was just something that happened long ago.
Yeah.
The story about Shigure plotting to overthrow our lord. That was a lie.
Yep. He just wanted to leave.
A lie that I spread.
But why...
I wanted a just cause to strike him down. Stormhowl, Shigure's name, the leadership of the clan. I used to want all of that for myself.
Do you regret it?
Not at all. Besides, Shigure figured it out a long time ago.
So, Rokuro's a bit of a dick too, but...
I don't know what made me think I had the strength to defeat him back then.
He was truly strong.
Of course he was. He was the head of the Rangetsu family, the strongest warriors in all the land.
Rokuro, does this make you head of the clan now?
No. I'm a demon. And more importantly, all I ever wanted was to beat my brother. That's enough for me.
Still, good closure. I'll give him that. What else we got? Oh, Eleanor's gonna cry because someone she knew died right in front of her.
I'm not crying.
You are definitely crying, Eleanor. Just admit it.
Okay? Is that all you have to say?
What's wrong?
Oh, right. She's probably sad about the actual story. Yeah.
You were brothers, but...
Oh, that.
Yeah, crybaby Eleanor.
Shed tears over.
How can you pretend it's not important? Don't tell me it's because you're a demon.
It is nice that she has, like, a specific crying sprite as well, admittedly.
So
but...
you will say it's because you're a demon.
No, that's not the answer, actually. It's not because I'm a demon. It's because we're swordsmen that I'm not sad.
Huh?
I mean, yeah, if we're gonna follow the Bushido technique, then, all things considered, they both did their best, they both followed the code, and one person just came out on top. That's kind of just what happens with it, right?
That's a feeling we only got from each other.
Lord Shigure did seem to be enjoying himself. I feel like I can understand it a little better now. But I'll never comprehend it.
Sorry, Eleanor. While it'd be interesting to see you follow the way of Bushido, you're a spear user, so it wouldn't quite work out too well.
I wonder when I'll be able to have a match like that again.
You won't have to worry about that. Just as you worked so hard to defeat Lord Shigure, another swordsman will do the same to
yeah,
defeat
fighting
you.
is fun. To some extent.
Your positivity reminds me of him. Now I'm
Boy.
suddenly craving a cup of Yozakura Anmitsu.
Yozakura Anmitsu?
Cherry blossom flavored sweet bean paste, black sesame ice cream, and fruit.
Huh.
It was Shigure's favorite.
That's kind of hard to picture, but I'd
That's
like
a
to try
weird
it.
combo of foods,
Settle down.
actually.
When this is all over, I'll take you out for some.
Bean paste and ice cream is not something that I know very well, but does bean paste kind of just go into the ice cream like chocolate chips and it just kind of hardens in there? I don't quite really know the consistency of bean paste.
You should get out of here. while you
Anyways,
still have a
cat.
chance.
If things get hairy, I'll run. But please, let me stay here a little longer. I owe Shigure for giving me back my free will. And he always did hate to be alone.
I never knew that.
You didn't? Weren't you his brother?
We never had time to think about anything other than our training.
I'm sorry.
I had a couple people who didn't like when they had to fight me in tourneys. Not that they couldn't win, but that apparently I always had a huge file.
Humans like that are
Wow,
not so
English dude.
bad.
A huge smile when I fight.
You're a funny sort of Moloch, aren't you?
Thanks for the compliment.
And people didn't want to fight you because of that? I guess it depends on what discipline you're working with. Yeah, like, I guess in terms of, like, basic human understanding, like, fighting is seen as more of an art form in the West, so by taking active enjoyment in the fight, it's probably seen as creepy by a general audience, but honestly, fuck them. Like, if we're here to have fun fighting, we're here to have fun fighting. You can enjoy an activity all the same, even if it's an art form.
Wait, no, it's hot!
Thank you, Magulu. We're inside a volcano.
Stop making a fuss. Anyone who can keep their cool
That red bean paste is just like you would think, texture-wise, but it's sweet and earthy.
Power of the earth pulse flowing upward.
Yeah, but, like, I imagine it being, like, a grittier, like, almost jam, or, like...
Melchior isn't here.
What's the word? God, what is the word? It's that Australian thing that they spread on toast like peanut butter, but I don't remember what it's called. I imagine it has the similar texture to that, really. Are my... Or like the cinnamon butter spread that they sell in Canada, that I'm not sure if they sell in the States. I just realized that the cat's is an accessory, isn't it? Vegemite, thank you. The cat is kind of an accessory, yeah, since it is kind of just seal his power in the first place. Oh, the cat on Laffy, yeah. Yeah, we got the cat by unlocking the cat's chest in this area, I believe. Or the area right before.
Trap. Melchior's greatest strength lies in his power over ice. I only wish we could lure him down here.
But we dare not forget. He's an exorcist who spent years plotting to awaken Inominat.
Yeah.
Exactly. He could be capable of anything. It'd be dangerous to assume otherwise.
Melchior realistically should be a little harder to fight. Okay, good. They did make the tail sway in the wind. I missed when you put it on. I've been spending this whole time trying to remember why in the story Laffy had a cat on his head. Well, joke's on you. I put it on when you weren't paying attention. We did get it fairly recently, though.
The Lost Legate.
The Lost Legate?
So even after 10 years, my name still lives on.
Why is Makilu counted as a legate?
You must have commanded a lot of respect.
Not in the least. The relationship between Melchior and I was like that between Velvet and Artorias. The debts owed, and the grudges held. Velvet, you don't have to believe me. You may never believe me. But I tell you now, I want to settle my...
I don't much care about the affairs of a witch, now do I?
It's a bit gritty, but like the beans aren't completely pulverized, a bit like refined beans if you had that. Unfortunately, no, I haven't really had refined beans, unfortunately, since the most I've had is wieners and beans. And... yeah, actually, wieners and beans is really the extent of my bean consumption throughout life. My family... oh, refried. Yeah, I definitely haven't had refried beans.
Is that still bothering you?
I heat up quickly and
Even
cool down
zoomed in
slowly.
on the chat. Why can I still not read it properly?
Get lost.
That's even more.
Yeah,
annoying.
no, I haven't had
I mean,
Mexican
if
beans.
it's
I know what they
full
are,
on
but I
gold,
definitely
it's
haven't
not
had them.
scorzing. It's freeching, clearly.
That doesn't sound like me at all. Wait, that's not even my point. My skin feels
Sadly,
like a frozen shell, but somehow my
the best way I can explain the culinary depth of my family is that it was British. But the not fun British.
Well, so what about the
The poor
pineapple and
British.
sweet and sour pork?
A sweet omelet? A crime against nature.
Sweet and sour pork is good.
Raisins? Whoever thought up dried grapes should be hanged.
Well, then what about peach pie?
I don't see what you're getting at.
What about yourself?
I was not paying attention to the skit,
Doesn't that make you a
but
fence-sitter?
That's why I'm having you eat that old
they're
melon
definitely
and
having
shove it
fun.
into the life spring.
I hope you learn to like yourself.
Don't try to embarrass me.
Velvet. I'm liking Velvet now that she's a bit snarkier. Oh, hey, look, there's a red enemy just in the pathway. Well, let's go and murder it. While we jump over lava. I'm sure this is fine. Oh. And those are enemies. Okay. And lava golem? Yeah. Alright, well the lava golem can honestly just go fuck itself. I missed Velvet argues scorzing versus freeching. Okay. Yeah, that was supposed to be the second boss in the 3 boss rush. Okay. So I guess I miss a lizard paladin. Thank you for recoloring Dial's sprite and gave him armor. Can you imagine just like a Dragonborn paladin in hordes just going to attack the dangerous people climbing up the volcano? Because that's really all I can think about with lizard paladins, especially since they're SNS. Yeah, I did skip a couple reds. Oh well. We did our best kind of getting them because they were on the way, but I wasn't fully paying attention to them here just because we're kind of close to the end of the game anyways. Armored? Okay, makes sense. I think that's my armor killer, so... There we go. Well, at least get this one since it's here, but we'll have to take a quick peek as to where the other one might be. Or the other ones, I guess, if I missed a couple. There we go. Then charge that up a bit more. And we're still dealing with this, huh? I swear, this was not quite that full. There we go.
Its guardian was angry at it.
It's probably a little late to be worrying about getting 100% in the game at this point anyways. Yeah. Because if we're at the 3 boss rush that you... Really, it's faster than us? Oh. Of course, it gives up as soon as I turn around. Rude. Alright, buddies, what do you got? There we go. That's a bit better. Take the stun and take my sword. There we go. That's better. No, when you're trying to 100% an RPG like this anyways, it's probably not going to be easy no matter what you do. But I wanted to at least get the red enemies, so that's the main thing I really wanted to worry about. Also, these guys block too much. So they're kind of the pansy SNS users that you see in Monster Hunter at times that are just always holding the block, expecting it to actually work against the tough monsters. You can only fully guard with Lance, my friend. SNS does not let you do that. At least it shouldn't. There we go. That works for us. And can we get that way? Nice. That's better. And walk. There we go. That gets rid of you, and that gets rid of you. Perfect. Explosion? Okay, Mogulu can become... Wow, how can I forget the name already? Ashley would slap me about this. On a Supercast. Darkness Aqua... How the fuck can I forget her name? She's like the most popular character. Megumin, that's it. Agulu becomes Megumin. So now that we have Explosion, I'd say that's pretty good. Anyways, Lava Golem, don't care about you at the moment. And of course the expedition returns now. Guys, we're in the middle of a volcano. We're not exactly in the best place to actually tell you how to do your job. Anyways, what's the red enemy? Is it the golem? Huh. Yeah, it's just a regular kind of yellow golem. That's all 57 Armored Fiend Week 2 punches. They're both in the ice field. One was supposed to be before you cleared up the village though, so I'm not sure if that one is still reachable. Okay. Weird that I didn't see it, but I'm assuming it was just off a side path. What was our... just punch kick combo? It's X. Oh god. Is that 0? This could be a problem. Velvet can't do much damage to this. Ow. Can it just not take damage from martial attacks? Is that what I'm just not understanding? Oh boy, yeah, we're only doing 7 damage. So, it's weak to martial, but it's got such high defense that you probably can't take it out that way. Does it have elemental weaknesses? It doesn't. Just water and wind, mainly, so... Go down here. What do we have that's water and wind? Hill Splitter... Water and wind. That's also water and wind. And then... Earth and water, fire and wind. May as well just do that again. But for the one that likely is in the ice field still, you absolutely want to have reflect. Neutral will work too. At least does damage. At least if he doesn't block it. And I'm really bad at dodging that. Oh, that's bad. Although I did get another crystal from somewhere. So I guess this works. Really? That's one of your attacks just falling over backwards? I guess our purposes is mostly just going to be... Really? That attack comes out so weirdly. Oh, it has reflect abilities. Weird. Yeah, main idea just seems to be use yourself as a face shield, let the mages just try and burn the thing down, and then just kind of work from there is what I'm getting at the very least. Because I don't know how easily you'd be able to get a, like, physical stun off on him, to be honest. You could probably get more crystals out of him just by doing the dodge. Oh, wow, okay, yeah, he's almost dead. There we go. Thankfully, you're still alive, Eisen. Oh. Actually, yeah, that probably makes more sense, because Eleanor can cast magic, too. There we go. Now we've got 3 mages at least in the party, so that's helpful. Because Eleanor's less of a direct fighter, and she is more of a mage, so that probably works a bit better. Really? That has quite the echo effect, sir. Don't quite enjoy that very much. And that didn't work either. What if we do this? Okay, if we get the claw attack off, then he just melts. Come on. Let me get that off. There we go. That
I
works.
think you could escape me.
Effort. Amphibole bracelet is up. Juggernaut Glaciate. Ability to trigger a random skill which grants the player invincibility for a set time at the start of battle on Chaos or above. That's a really late time to get that. Not that I mind it, but that's a really late time to get something like that. Anyways, can we even unlock that? We can't, but we're very close. Let's see here.
Need one last soul to awaken the elemental Empyreans.
Are you alright, Velvet?
I'll eat Melchior, and our collection will be complete.
I'm not worried about that. I'm worried about you. You collapsed.
And I mean, you have all the right to be Offset, but...
You wonder if I'm fine after eating Shigure. It's not a problem.
But wasn't Shigure a lot more powerful than they were?
But look at me. I'm fine, right? Does it seem like I'm faking it?
No.
I think I'm just used to it. Both my body and mind.
You're not just used to it. You've changed.
It's almost like Velvet accepts her powers now.
You've gotten stronger through our travels too.
And that too, the power of love and friendship has made her become stronger and is better at eating people.
Did I though?
You know, when you're just working through your adventure with your party, sometimes cannibalism is kind of expected.
I'll make you a quiche later.
Could you make pudding too?
Sure. But are you just trying to butter me up so I'll cook for you?
Well, I mean, yeah. How did you know?
You really have grown a lot, haven't you?
All
right, let's go and
And
find
he
me
used
some
to be a
Melchior
blank
to eat.
slate. He used to be a blank slate at the beginning of the game, so he's definitely advanced much more than you'd figure. Oh, that's a climb. Gotcha. Let's see if we can just get maybe a few more souls to unlock the cat's chest in here. Oh. Well, I mean, I was kidding, but... Sure. That's still not enough to get us there, but that puts us very close. So what other direction do we got? Over here, there's a couple here. We need to keep that magic number of 75 ready in our minds, so let's just worry about that first. 3 more to go, which I'm gonna wager is down... Yeah, Lizard Paladins are quicker than us, unfortunately. There we go. This combo does not work well if the enemy is small, I'm realizing, just because that Ice Blast puts us behind most of our enemies, and Mega Sonic Thrust does not actually push us forward enough for it to matter. There we go. They're together anyway, so I may as well just kind of eat them. And that. And charge. There we go. And 1 more to go, which will let us break his guard anyways, and kill. Very nice. And no pity or compassion, just because we're here to murder everything anyways. Alright, can you give me 3 more? Cool. That's a very big rock, just kind of placed there awkwardly, but I suppose that's okay. And then anything good out of you? Soul Bottle. I mean, it's not bad. But we've got enough souls now, so let's just grab that cat's chest to see if there's any interesting glamour that we could put on for the end game. And then let's continue on to go eat Melchior, because I'd imagine we're getting close-ish. No, we're not. Okay, there's still a few floors to go. But, cat's chest. Because cats deserve freedom, even though I didn't quite get all of them, but we can get a lot of them. There we go. Really? Rude. I'm going to assume that releasing the cats, it requires you to get like a certain number of them, and that's what actually procs you getting the glamour items. Excuse me? You didn't even proc aggro, friend. What horse crap was that? Alright, Loppy said. Don't get too doom gloom on us now. Also, can we just do that? Get rid of something? That's better. These kind of slimes, right? Yeah. Nice. We haven't been able to see that one for a while now, but it works very well when they're all grouped up like this. Not quite like that, unfortunately. Oh well. Still very easy to kill. Even though they're level 55, we're kind of just eating them for breakfast, so maybe we won't need to worry about grinding too much. Alright. Melchior, how far do we have to climb up this mountain to deal with you? And how many secrets am I gonna miss just by wandering around too little? Don't care about the hellbats, and the golems can honestly go suck a dingus. Ooh, Tails coins. Always good to get those. Bit late, but still good to get them. Alright, what's down corridor number 1? A singular chest. With a lot of money in it. Sure. Probably giving us money this late into the game probably just means that there's going to be a bigger boss that we'll have to prep for after we finish everything up here. Because what was the order that you said? 2 individual bosses, a 3-boss boss rush, and then 8 boss? I think? Or the 3-boss rush and then the final boss. That way's progress. We'll go this way first. And that at least kind of lets us recharge our cat souls a little bit. The 2 individual bosses were the code reds out in the field. Yeah, that makes sense. And the 3 was obviously the Shigure and the Red and Melchior. And then the final boss, I think, was what you mentioned after that, unless there's an additional couple of boss rushes that I just forgot about. And then the final rush is 8 bosses. Okay. That sounds about right. I haven't actually gotten to the end of a Tales game, but I kind of figured it gets to Kefka levels of fuckery, so... And considering we've got Artorias and Anominat, and we've got the armaments, my guess for the moment, at the very least, is that Artorias is going to armament up with Anominat at some point. And then we'll have to fight that ungodly combination. I don't think that'll be the final end of that, but it'll probably be a little bit awkward. And probably be like the 4th one. Get rid of that, just so it's off my screen, please and thank you. Alright, Lizard Paladin, can I just evade you? Apparently I can. Yeah, they're weak-willed for Paladins. I think one of those final bosses is optional? Huh. You wouldn't think a final boss would be optional. Anyways, thankfully they stand still. So, we're just gonna skirt around. Okay. Not dealing with that, please and thank you. I'm just gonna go eat a mage.
I'm not sure what Melchior is really capable of. What kind of man
Boy.
is he?
To put it short, he's
8 bosses, though. That's quite a way to end the game.
They're supposed to be free of malevolence, but they're only human, and so are those who they want to save. But sincerity and conviction alone won't save the world.
Neck, what are you
Free of
doing?
malevolence, they need someone to do their dirty work. A shadow.
I see. And that's Melchior's job.
During all my time at the Abbey, I was never aware of what he was really doing.
I mean, yeah, Melchior kind of hid himself away anyways.
Because his belief in the exorcists as the saviors of the world is pure and unyielding. It is a mountain of ice that will neither boil, nor melt, nor break. I know the depths of his frozen heart all too well.
Wait, does that mean you?
Yes. Melchior was raising me to be the shadow for the next leader of the exorcists. Artorias himself. But that was a terrible mistake. I was unable to live up to his expectations.
So if things had gone as he planned, we'd be fighting you instead of Melchior.
I'm glad that didn't have to happen.
True. If Mogulu was running the Abbey,
They would be completely unpredictable. That would be fearsome.
Maybe, but doesn't that sound like a whole lot of fun?
That would be interesting to see another universe where
Oh, feeling too sympathetic to fight.
Magilu was actually just a leader in the Abbey and just replaced Melchior.
If I'm a failed shadow, I'm still a witch, and
Because all things considered, like, if Magilu actually uphold the rights of quote-unquote justice that the Abbey's trying to sell, she'd be quite the force to be reckoned with. I really don't like that you can teleport. You have no reason to do so. Also, this is probably just gonna end the fight. Oh, no. No, it was. Never mind. Okay. Fine, screw you too. There we go. Just gonna grab that so we're back on neutral ground. Thank you very much. Goodbye. Let's see here. It might also be worth a check, but in the 8 boss rush that you're talking about, none of those are red enemies, right? Because that would explain optional fairly well. And break your guard because you're a jerk. No? Okay. Worth checking at the very least. Let's see here. Nothing else, so? Melchior? I'm assuming we're 1 map away? Yeah, this looks like
I can see the peak just ahead. If Melchior's anywhere,
yeah,
he's there.
Be careful. That crafty old buzzard is nothing like Shigure. He won't fight us head on.
Yeah, which makes sense. Melchior's a stubborn old crow. Oh, there's just stuff over here. Okay. Although I am half surprised there isn't, like, a red enemy here, because this would be a very perfect place to actually position one. Anyways, let's just grab all the cat souls. And the copper chest with standard tempering powder. And mithril earrings. Okay. Thought there was a red plant behind the chests, but oh. Still, good to get stuff. When in doubt, we can always melt down anything we don't need later, but if we're getting to a point where we probably should just upgrade all the gear that we want to fight with in the endgame, then probably just good to get stuff to melt down. What time is it? It's about 11 o'clock, so... Oy. So we're probably not going to get through the full boss rush, but... Would you say the distance in between killing Melchior and getting to the boss rush would probably take us to end time? That's at least what it's feeling like. Because they're probably going to end up dumping enough exposition on us during the in-between point between killing Melchior, getting all the earth pulses fed, and just developing that plot. And we'll probably have enough exposition before things get a little bit too hairy. At least that's my thought on it. I could be wrong. When did you want to end tonight? I mean, I would probably end around normal, around midnight, unless the boss rush itself could be done within a fairly respectable amount of time. Because I don't necessarily mind going long if we can just murder through the bosses anyways, but... I don't know, 8 bosses kind of seems like it's going to take, like, 3 hours to do. There we go. Let's see here. I do want to check that side room, if at all possible. So I'm assuming I kind of needed to grab this anyways. Alright, where is the entrance? Right about here? Yeah, we needed this anyways, so what's over here? Huh. This looks like a lot of extra room, considering we're just needing to go up right now. Okay, no, this is just kind of an empty area with plant. And I mean, I'm glad there's plenty of flamestone chips here, but... It looks like this is mainly just an extra area for grabbing a good chunk of cat souls, really. Ah, you misread again. No worries there. RPG stuff is always a bit hard to keep track of anyways. 7 of the 8 final... Oh.
Is victory for us really
Wow,
possible?
okay. That's a
Or
lot of
facing the worthy
optional.
Lord Melchior?
I'd give us around 4 to 1 again.
So we could arguably just go straight to Artorias then, after we kill Melchior.
Current exorcist knows can be traced back to him.
So 7 of the 8 final bosses are super bosses then?
Out of his hat. He knows our capabilities and he's got far more power. 4 to 1 might be generous.
I suppose you're right.
However, we have Velvet, the boy, and Rokuro.
Oh no, they're not super bosses? Well, that sucks.
It's possible to calculate, but if luck goes our way, our chances will rise considerably.
Right. We're challenging the hardest possible foe.
But I'm only talking about a straight-up fight. Knowing Melchior, he'll have some nasty tricks.
No matter how you analyze it, the outlook is grim.
Aizen, you too?
What's wrong with a level-headed look at things?
None of these optional bosses are actually that hard.
We need to turn the odds in our favor. After all, Magilu, forewarned is forearmed, right?
Yes, that's true.
Even still, we won't find a weakness in him.
Let's take another hard look. What we need might be lying right at our feet.
At our feet, eh? I'll keep my eyes on the ground as we walk then.
Thank you, Magilu. Although good to get that little bit of a skit out of the way. I'm not sure if I would have missed that if I didn't go to that optional area. Anyways, later buddy. We're a skater girl. Instead, see you later girl. Let's see here. Thankfully those guys are all slow, so you can kind of skirt around them easily. That's kind of pushing it, mind you. But it might worth be fighting them anyways. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking anyways. So why don't we get the Melchior fight out of the way first, and we can kind of progress from there. Since if we can defeat all of these side bosses like you mentioned, then that should probably prep us fairly well for the Artorias fight. Anyways. Hey, look at that, it's an old man. What's up, buddy? Should probably take it the rest of the stream to go get those side bosses. Well, I mean, that sounds like something good to do.
Are the beings that maintain the balance and harmony.
Probably won't finish the side bosses tonight, I'm guessing.
Wind and fire.
Well, we can get through a few of them at the very least. We'll kind of have to see how Melchior grows anyways.
About why they sleep, about what waking them will do to this world's order.
I feel like Melchior is just kind of lost in his own fantasy, which is part of the reason he's not really working out too well. At least in terms of a villain right now. But he still works as a villain. I think it's more so like he's just faltering as one because of the fact that he's expecting too much of the church.
Prayers of the pure at heart. But humans became corrupted and neglected their prayers. The forgotten Empyreans drifted into slumber.
Like the kitty.
Human prayers are the source of their power? Just like the Malakim.
Are you trying to say Innominat blesses someone when he eats their soul?
As the 5th Empyrean, Innominat's purpose is to eat human souls, malevolence and all, and to wipe the slate clean.
Yeah, yet he hasn't eaten you yet.
Once again pure as a newborn babe, the elemental Empyreans can be safely revived.
You want to wipe the slate? But that means...
Yes, civilization will crumble. The spread of malevolence, the cleansing of Innominat, the cycle has repeated countless times over the eons. That is why human civilization rises.
Okay, so he's more a robot than anyone else, right?
Continues. Humanity will never surpass a certain threshold. Thus, the Abbey will control Innominat's power, so that we may
No, not quite. He is a zealot. Alright, buddy, if you just want to be a zealot for everyone, then by all means, you're more than welcome to, but, like, you gotta know that we're gonna fight things.
And, in order to create the Armatus, you needed the technology found in Siegfried, didn't you?
So that's why you got Ifried involved in all of this.
Oh boy.
Just as light cannot exist.
I mean, he is a smart man. I'll give him that.
Great achievement comes without
His talents are wasted on the Abbey, but he's a smart man.
Even I must be made tribute for the sake of our ideal world.
I know a funny thing that could happen. Oh. He does have the Armatus going already. But what is he Armatusing with? Did he just instant transmission? Yeah. Thank you, Magulu.
I told you. He's a crafty old buzzard.
I should have known it wouldn't be that
Huh. He actually looks like the Pope now. Okay, so safe to assume we kind of need Magulu in the party for Demigod Melchior. Really? Demi-Melchior? Sure. Weak to wind, though. Wind is pretty easy. Wind, 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 wind. Follow dance is good start. I think water was one of the resistances. Fire wasn't, though. Wind. What else is wind? Rising Falcon, and then Grounding Strike. Yeah, that looks good. He's also trying to rip on Oriana a little bit, since he's got the 4 orbs instead of just the 1. But that's alright. I do always tend to enjoy characters that end up having just orbs as a casting focus like this, if only because it provides a pretty interesting mechanic for how they actually fight. Obviously, Melchior is kind of just falling to being punched in the face. Mystic Arcchain whenever he can cast Gravity Storm. I don't actually remember how to activate a Mystic Arcchain, to be honest. Nor have I actively tried to activate one, actually, now that I'm thinking on it. But I guess we'll see what happens when Gravity Storm hits. I'm assuming people will die. This is also a slight problem, just because I know they kind of just use their Mystic Arts and I don't remember how to turn that off. Soul Burst. Is that... Yep. Oh, no, okay. That didn't kill us, but that almost did. No, we're dead. Alright. You, life bottle. There we go. There we go. Alright, old man, what else can you do? Just gotta be a bit more careful with actually defending against him, but the Mystic Art on his side is definitely gonna be a bit painful. This is just magic. And is this... Yes. Okay. So that's why you want a Mystic Arcchain during that. Noted. No. Unfortunately, I don't really have an option for Mystic Archaining when he already kind of ate me, but... So it's a gigantic AoE that he usually casts in the center of the arena, which can take people out relatively easily even if they're guarding. Sure. There we go. At the very least, we can kind of forgo it by getting the demon arm out. Okay. A sniping spell? Okay, thank you. Let's just see what you got, Melchior. That's... Why can't he aura those things? You're a mage, buddy. Focus on what you got. Oh, later, Magulu. That's probably gonna hurt. Aw, Magulu can't block it. That sucks. Use the life bottle on Magulu, please, and thank you. And they're gonna go after the child. Oh. Well, I wasn't expecting that. How about no? They stunned him last time, so I have no idea what that would have casted. Oh well. Nope. Huh. I really don't understand the point of the Aura Ring, to be completely honest with you. It seems very ineffectual with him. There we go. Soul Burst. I'm just gonna stand away from everyone. Oh, it's lightning. Oh, that killed a Aizen. Ow. Link. Items, Laffy, Life Bottle, Aizen. I mean, it makes sense that he has instant transmission, but still kind of a dick move for him. There we go. You kind of wish that we had a Mystic Art ready for killing him, since this seems to be the point where he's gonna die, so let's just do this instead. Since we'll at least be able to survive on one no matter what happens, and we can kind of do that anyways. Yoink. There we go. Later, Melchior. Wasn't quite able to do your strategy, Non, but...
Were I only 100 years younger?
Wait, 100?
100? He's used an oath to add years to his life. Centuries, even.
Is that what you call
Old man, huh?
Sounds like an obsession.
I've said the same thing thousands of times. If it were my choice, I'd have let myself die naturally long ago.
So...
But did he not say? Man can turn reason into disorder, but also can we surpass it? Our true power is in transcending the possible.
He's also not dead just yet. So while I appreciate his 4 orbs of destruction...
Of the exorcist Claudin.
They were foolish.
Think what you will. I'll show you the truth of his words.
Oh. Well, that's me. And Magilu and Aizen and Laffy and Rokuro and Eleanor.
You think illusions will work on us now?
I like the idea of Laffy just punching an illusion. Alright, so what's his big art? Is he gonna freeze the volcano?
You'll die too.
Yeah, but I don't think he minds. Ooh boy, he's the suicidal zealot. Oh, good job, Magilu. Well then. Later, Melchior.
Master, emotions are a real pain, aren't they?
That's a smart way to take him out, actually. I was wondering if they would reference that again. Alright, but Velvet, you're now, like, floating over top of the volcano. Oh, okay. That's fine. I'm glad we're getting all the anime cutscenes, because this works very well. Hey gods, fuck you from your nap. Wake up. That's one way to do it. Good job, Velvet. So what do we get? We go through the lifeblood of the planet into the Earth Pulse, and... that's a big old bubble. Yeah, that's 4. 1 for Earth, 1 for Water. Maggie Armpit. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of fetish artists like a scene for this reason. There's the 4 Empyreans to kind of weaken Inominat a little bit, because their overwhelming power is just going to be absolutely overshadowing him. Yeah, and there go all of those. Later, Snicks. Huh. Really? Did he just make an orbital space station because the Empyreans were gonna kill him anyways? So would that mean then his domain is gone because he's in space?
What was that?
The elemental Empyreans have awoken.
Oh, right. Molochs are free now.
We are free. We will no longer be your tools.
Later, exorcists.
Oh dear, what's happening?
Oh boy. Okay, I can see why things will get messy for sure. But at least the Molochs are free. That was also a good collection of levels off that. Cool. So, Melchior is dead, Shigure is dead, Brisa and Oscar are quite dead, and we've sacrificed their souls to wake the four Empyreans.
You saved us, Mogulu. Thanks. If you hadn't thrown Melchior off balance, we'd all be dead.
Free the Molochs. Yep, free the messengers.
But if you want to thank me, I accept gifts.
I take it back.
He couldn't hurt those flowers. Was that his oath?
No. That old fool loved flowers more than anything else. Far more than he did any living human.
Innomina escaped to the one place that has been corrupted by emotion. Space!
Same goes for a witch. Sometimes living can be the hardest affliction. Have the four elemental Empyreans awakened?
Yeah, that's definitely what he did. So I guess now, as a party of high fantasy adventurers and a pirate, we need to figure out how to travel to space.
Yeah, all four of them have awoken. Innominat has been pushed out from the Earth pulses.
Humanity's amplified resonances will diminish, and many Malachim will regain their free will.
Now I'm just picturing Tim Curry voicing Poppy.
Eleanor, have you lost your ability to fight too?
Sorry to disappoint, but I can still see you. Evil demons, Malachim, and witches alike.
You know where he is.
I can feel him. His body has left the Earth pulses. He's somewhere above the Empyrean's throne now. Artorias is with him. However, Innominat is pushing back against the other Empyreans with incredible force.
Okay, so he's DBZing the four Empyreans from space.
No time to waste.
Let's go. It's time to end this.
Yeah.
Alright, well, we technically have a couple options.
Doesn't appear to be erupting.
It sounds like we can just go and kill him now. As bad of an idea as that might be. So, Non, how much direction am I going to get in actually finishing these optional bosses, is my question.
The Earth that once took eons will now happen in a few hundred years.
A few hundred years?
The mountain will erupt, but not for a long while.
A long while to a human, maybe. But compared to the history of the
They're all in one area.
be a blink of an
Okay,
eye.
well that's pretty easy.
But Innominat is the Empyrean of suppression. Who can say what will happen when we kill him? Well, it's not like I care anyway. I think
Thank you, Magulu.
Melchior sure
And
was
yeah, we
strong,
probably are
wasn't
gonna
he?
have like 3 skits here, right?
If it weren't for Mogulu's help, we wouldn't
I'm gonna
have
go
stood a
refill
chance.
my milk.
But you
I'll be
saw
right
the
back.
opening she gave us and took it.
Did you want to be the one to finish him off?
If it mattered to me, I'd have fought him alone. We all had our reasons to fight him. The opportunity just happened to be yours. That's all there is to it.
I understand.
If Melchior had only manipulated Ifrid for personal reasons, then that would be settled now. But he was acting based on his idea of reason. That creating a world without malevolence was worth the cost of destroying people's free will. Ifrid won't be avenged until I destroy that very philosophy.
Your business with the Abbey isn't done.
Not even close. You all could just sit around twiddling your thumbs, and I'd still take the heads of Artorias and Innominat on my own. If you want to be the ones to finish them off, You'll have to beat me to it.
You're on.
There we go.
I'll fight with everything I've got.
I do like having that, like, toggle.
That's plenty.
Just because it seems fairly obvious that I'm just not talking. Oh. This is also the final point to do any side quests and turn in any Code Red bounties. Okay.
I really don't mean to pry, but I've
Which
gotta
makes
know.
sense.
Does it feel good to pinch all those souls out from your stomach?
That's kind of a gross way of putting it.
I have to agree with Velvet. The way you put it sounds so inappropriate.
I'm pretty sure that was her point.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Why so cranky? I was only asking to see if you were getting hungry or not.
Then ask that in the first place.
Are you? Hungry, that is.
Considering we still have 40 minutes left in stream, it's probably better to just tackle the side quests. And then we could probably do the extra bosses first next week, and then finish it off with Artorias.
Start growling at any moment.
I have been thinking of nothing but delicious things to eat.
That's
for
at
a
least what
while
I can
now.
think of.
I bet
How's the
Moggy
calendar
brought
looking
it
for
up
that?
because she's feeling peckish herself.
No, that's not the reason at all.
Calendar,
That settles it then.
calendar,
When we get back
calendar,
to the
calendar.
ship, you can take guard duty while we eat.
I'll make
Calendar.
quiche and pudding.
I'll cook up
There we
some
go.
hangyon and tomato stew.
Ooh, I'd love to try your cooking, Madam Eleanor. Let's get back to the ship.
Really?
Getting all fired up about food.
Samsung, why would I give too much of a shit about the Prince Edward's Parade for the Gold Cup?
Sweet Calegian style borscht.
Then go find me some
Oh,
peaches.
Gold Cup Parade for PEI. That's why. It's because I'm in
Because
Canada.
you can't have Calegian borscht without peach pie for dessert.
Oh jeez, there's a lot here. Okay.
So far.
Yeah.
I feel like I've run 3 marathons.
I'll leave you with the horror of
I'm sorry,
being left on edge
That's okay.
for the finale, and we'll finish things off next week with this game. So why don't we tackle the side quests? That'll probably take us 40 minutes to get through the last little chunk of those.
I definitely feel
Or at the very least, we'll finish off the side quests, just because I think we've got 2 or 3 chains going, which is mainly finding the last couple dolls for Edna, and then grabbing the last ingredient for the kids'
And I'm sorry for that.
potion
But we really
of
appreciate
healing.
it. You've been truly helpful.
I think those are the main 2 that we have.
Eleanor, you're too
And Mogilu's thing, if that still has anything to continue.
Miss Mogilu.
How are you coping with your fatigue?
I'm kind of not, actually.
But I don't quite know where Mogilu's is going to be. We kind of ran into them by accident for the most part, but
Madam Eleanor.
they would be in
I
town.
think I can manage that.
I didn't think that
Boy.
actually worked.
Yanfu, you
I'm quite
horny
good at knocking
bastard.
off those pressure points. I can really grind the butt of my spear in just the right spots and have you feeling refreshed in no time. But I have to
Aye.
warn you, it might hurt a little bit.
Eleanor caught on.
You know what? Never mind. I'm good.
Oh, interesting. We actually got CG art for that. Oh,
That is refreshing, but ow, ow,
and I was right. Only 3. Okay. Well,
Take
Expedition.
a look at this.
We still have a lot to actually find in Siberian, so... Sure. So, our side quests don't actually tell us anything right now. I guess maybe... Huh. That's a weird one, actually. Oh, we can go to Meretrio East side entrance. Where does that take us? Okay. Then it just wants us to go to Midgand. Where the hell are we, then? Okay. Although I'm unsure about how to progress in the rest of those side quests, because I know we've got those 3 chains running, but usually they pop up and kind of tell us what we need to do. So I guess we'll have to look around a little bit just to see if we can spot them, maybe? Or if they just start fresh in their respective areas? A hard one, actually. I'm not sure. Get out of the way. I'd say that's good progress. We're actually almost done an RPG on stream, and it only took us, what, 11 streams to finish an RPG? So, roughly 50 hours by the time we finish everything off? That's not too bad. What I'm reading just says simply visit every area in the game and walk around. You'll find them with ease. Okay. Oh. Well, I found one of the red enemies. Come here, bastard.
Are we ready for this?
Level 52. That's fine. Huh. Do I even have anyone with Reflect? Reflect. Gear? Do I have gear that reflects anything? Weapon probably won't do it. These usually do. That's capability. I don't need capability. Because I don't know if I've actually seen reflection on gear at all. Fire damage reduced, not on mental damage reduced, art defense. So it's not that. Wind type damage reduced by 5, capability. No. None of that's really a reflection of any type. You know, you mentioned it, but I haven't actually... This is the hardest code red enemy in the game. I can imagine why, because I don't remember seeing anything about reflection up until this point. So what happens if they do this? So it does just automatically reflect, so we have to reflect everything that they do? Yeah. What about this? No, it even reflects the consuming claw. Interesting. Yeah, like, the HP is low, but I'm assuming that's because you need to get past the mechanic of the fact that he just reflects everything anyways. But... yeah, 9999 defense, 9999 art defense. How do you get reflection in this game? That isn't like in anyone's art list, is it? Fairy circle, removes poison, damages enemies in the area. There are reflect armors, which I don't think I have, and reflect abilities. Vulnerability time. Burn. Unless you mean by abilities being, like, the attacks. The other option is to switch the difficulty to easy for this fight. I mean, you could, but that's kinda boring. But it's more so just the fact that I don't remember seeing anything that reflects. So... requiring it for a fight's definitely odd. Stun... art attack down, focus down, burn, slow poison, defense down, stun, fatigue, stun. So nothing in Velvet's kit will reflect. If I'm reading that right. Laffy's kit. Anything reflect? Steel attack, steel art attack. No, none of that works either. And those don't really help. Hold right trigger with 3 or more, costs 1, halves damage received by allies for 5 seconds. Makes sense. You, what do you got? Stun, focus, do fatigue, stun, fatigue. Soul bonus. Agilu. No, that's not reflection either. That's absorb health, but that's not quite what we're looking for here. You'd think out of anyone, she would have reflection, but maybe you? Because I really don't know anything about Rokuro's kit at all. Slow, slow. No, none of that works either. So nothing on you did this. Decrease art based on level. I don't think the titles would do anything, would they? Or at least none of the titles should give you a reflection. At least not without being fully leveled up. We're actually missing a couple. Interesting. Reflection armors, though. What armor in this game reflects stuff? I have not seen any of it yet. Tales of Berseria. What exactly are we fighting here? Spectral Crystal? Spectral Crystal. Because this will probably give me a better understanding of what reflection actively needs. How do I beat Spectral Crystal? You reflect your attack back at it, fight it again, win. Didn't figure it out honestly, so I cheesed it. If I'm right, in the guide old post, you can only harm him through skills that reflect damage back at him, so when you play the Japanese and beat him can verify, but there's a simple mode, too much faster, less grindy way. Only takes 2 seconds. If you play it... So how do you reflect shit then? Playing at the easiest difficulty, still drop the lunatic glaciate to beat it on simple. You can just reflect its own damage. Use a void ring. If you time Velvet's Soul Break right, you'll reflect the damage right back at him. Void ring. We have those. Void ring. Where are those? Non-elemental attacks are reduced. And her Soul Break, which would mean the Consuming Claw. Right? Or learn the break soul timing. He has no bonuses for higher difficulties and there's no reason. I think Rokuro's break soul would work too. Probably has more forgiving damage negation time, or if you... Oh, right, okay. So wait for him to attack and then get that off. And considering it's the Void Cannon, that seems relatively easy to... No, that wasn't the timing. Void Sphere? What is the timing, I wonder? Items... You... Because if I recall correctly, yeah. That's not what I wanted. Good job, brain. Gives 3 souls. Can't exceed max. There we go. No? Okay. Yeah, that would definitely kill him if we could reflect it. So what's the timing to reflect, I wonder? No, that negates it, but that doesn't reflect it. So what's the timing to reflect that back at him? I'm going to assume I have to, like, swipe at it, right? No, that's not right either. Because I could understand the idea, but reflecting that back at him just seems to be the complicated idea. You really don't want to attack him a little bit, do you? There we go. No, that didn't go over there either. No, that's not reflecting it either. Battle gauge, 3 souls, give me. Really like attacking Laphicet, don't you? Then Void Sphere again. Laphicet really does not enjoy this very much. Please? Stop focusing the child. No. No? Okay, I think I hit that at the right timing, too. So that's not quite how it works. Unless reflecting is going forward, but it seems the break soul is what's supposed to do it. But what is the timing on that? Come on, guys, you can be a little bit more better for this. Roko break soul may work. Pride doesn't work. Fox archived, that's fine. What else you got, game? Because what does it mean by reflect? If you had a skill like Perfect, 7% of nullified damage, that would work since Break Soul nullifies the damage. If you have Reflect Mastery skill, either from Spiked Shoes or Reflex, activating his Break Soul has a chance to reflect damage back at him. Same with Laphicet's Break Soul. I was using Break Soul to nullify and still wasn't killing it, despite 7% pro. Okay, so you need like an armor skill to reflect damage, and I just haven't actually seen that armor yet, is what I'm getting. Even this tent's not part if you have reflect damage skills, because it has no ability to kill you unless you just stand and don't block. You have to realize that's reflecting everything fair to plan, either reflecting back at him or just remembering that on simple elemental resistance won't apply, which is why putting it on simple is the best way to kill him. Playing on moderate, you can even find reflect gear by the time you get to mount. Yeah, that's kind of the idea. I can fight Spectral Crystal, but I haven't seen the reflect gear, which is the problem that I'm having since I've never seen it before. And he has one to +4 and still can't scratch him. So it does seem like a few people ended up having problems with this. Only spawns on gear you get on intense or higher difficulties, which is why I haven't seen it yet. As for the Void Ring, its second enchantment bonus gives a chance for nullifying elemental damage, so if it triggers and you have the Reflect skill, it'll damage the boss. It triggers and Reflect, but both are very low. So you would need to be playing on intense difficulty to get the armors needed to actually get Reflection, otherwise do it on simple. Okay. I'll just take it at that. Because I haven't seen Reflect gear, and if the only way you can get it is by doing intense difficulty to actually do it, then that's okay. Let's just go out here. And I'm assuming if we just go back in, it'll be respawned. Yeah. So, options, simple. Nope. Save and return. Let's just get rid of him since he's kind of in the way. Do. Kind of a weird way to... Really? I don't really care that much, guys, so... There we go. Long cast time. Anyways, come here. Yeah, that's kind of a trivial boss without him having that reflect mechanic.
Not even worth
That's kind of sad, but I guess that's kind of the idea behind it being a puzzle boss, right? Unlocks all battle difficulties up to Chaos in the options menu under System. Okay. Swap. Which means you can throw it all the way up to Chaos. Difficulties for players who understand the battle system inside out. Those who are up for an extreme challenge may be rewarded with very nice equipment. And then a longer item use cooldown along with their challenges will really test your skills. Okay, so like, you'll get reflect equipment on intense difficulty. And then that's what you would use to actually kill him. But if you're playing on moderate or below, you'd have to wait on a very low chance for the void ring to actually have that. Fuck that noise. Good idea for a puzzle. Very poor execution, though. Anyways, what's this for? I need a lot of cat's chest to actually open that one. Yoink. Oh. HP recovery on foe, 5% chance to nullify. Yeah, I guess that's the hint that that's what you're supposed to use there, but you're supposed to enhance it to get that, like, 5% chance to nullify. That's a dumb game. Like, you can do better than that. Force ring. Dumb game. Like, at times they can make silly decisions, and I get that. Alright, well, let's go see if we can find the other one then, since we're back in the ice fields at the very least. But where would we have missed it, is my question. Because there aren't really many areas that we may have skipped out on, right? There is technically the yellow door, which I'm assuming just leads to Marekio again, but could be wrong. Medusa's room? Actually, yeah, we never went back there, did we? The ghost saw us, so we're gonna have to serpentine a little bit just to not get hit by that. No, that's not right. I actually want to go down there to where we were. But I didn't see a pathway leading back up to there. Game, what are you smoking? And that to adjust height. That's what it's smoking. Although apparently it did have ways down, so maybe I was just blind. Weird. Alright, well, back we go. We got time anyways. Although, the fact that we don't have the side quests active does kind of suck, and I was kind of hoping to get that done. The Spectral Crystal did eat a little bit too much time, unfortunately. Oh well. This way. And then supposedly there's a way to traverse past this. I don't know what it is, but supposedly a way. Mithril Garment. Alright, game, what are you smoking exactly? There's definitely not a way to get past there. I guess you kind of need to go back into the town, then. You can only go there. Oh, that sucks. Okay. Fine, we'll go back into town. Make our way around that way. And then I guess we'll just kind of see what madness the villagers are kind of stuck in now that we've awakened the rest of the Empyreans. Because it's probably going to be a little bit messy. Which is fine. Like, all things considered, we did change the order of the world, but... Oh. Well, everyone's here. Hey, Dial.
Glad to see you made it back in one piece, Velvet.
I'm here on orders from the boss to help you guys out.
We could certainly use it. How are things back in the city?
I came here from Helives, so I don't know how far the suppression has progressed. But I can tell you that the Abbeys designated the area north of Helives as a Class 4 administrative zone.
Of course.
Which means they've pulled their forces out of the area.
What about the people of Mercio?
Everyone got out safe and sound, although they did petition for the extermination of the Lord of Calamity.
Of course.
I say we make this town our new hideout. When else are we ever gonna find a hideout that comes with hot springs?
That's a good idea. We should leave Kamoana and the others here.
Dial, could you stay and help them out?
Well, I mean...
As if you even had to ask.
That works out pretty well for us.
For you, Dial.
Hey, that hurts.
And by Medus's room, you mean like the one we originally fought her in, right? Because I'd imagine there's something in there. You're not actually a Bloodwing right
Hey,
now.
Rokuro, how'd the showdown with your brother turn out?
I killed him. But I couldn't break Stormhowl.
Is that because Stormhowl was an even stronger sword than Kuragane's?
No. Even with Shigure's full strength behind it, Stormhowl didn't even leave a nick in Kuragane's blade. If I didn't have this sword, I'd be dead now. I think I just couldn't break Stormhowl because I'm still too inexperienced.
That was a nice arm crack.
Yeah, but only by combining my techniques with Kurogane's craftsmanship.
If that's the case, then as long as you're wielding it, that sword is Stormquell. After all, Kuragane's sword did quell the Godblade's raging storm.
Do you think Kurogane would agree?
Are you kidding? You know how
Good job, Kurogane.
He'd just say he'd forge something even stronger the next time. And that's why I say you shouldn't be
I also do like that Dial's getting talk sprites.
I know.
He seems like he'd be a little bit too monstrous to get talk sprites too, but that kind of just gives them a fun time. Especially since he's got, I believe, 4 emotion states. Or 4, like, base states, and then a few different emotional states. Alright, so where is the actual Red Hunters? Because you can just tell me where the other marks are. Hey, buddy. The Bloodspring Crystal. Alright, so what do we got? Oh. Apparently we've got them all. Okay. Or at the very least, none have popped up yet. Why, are there supposed to be like 25 of them? Or maybe since I missed it, it just erases it off the schedule anyways? There's a way to jump back there. Can we actually access that? Like it. Back here. Well, that's pitiful. Let's see here. What else is in town? What am I gonna do? He still want me to go to the Empyrean's throne, but we haven't had the chance to go over this way yet, so... Drop bottle. So, why does this count as something different? Because I swear we've gone this way before. Yeah, 'cause that's where we came from, isn't it? That way we haven't gone. How do we get to it? There should be 31 Code Red demons. So how am I missing out on, like, 7 of them? You said 7 of the bosses were optional. Maybe they are considered Code Red. 32? Huh. It is strange. I wonder why I don't have them registered. They're definitely not Code Red. Then I'm not 100% certain as to what's going on with that then. Because that is a bit odd. This is your last chance to redeem Code Reds. Yeah, exactly. So then, why would I be missing 7 of them? That kind of just seems like an oversight unless they're tied to difficulty settings. But that wouldn't make sense to tie them to difficulty settings. I don't know. That's a bit of a confusing point. But either way, we're kind of set to wander, I guess. And we can just warp directly to Helives if we want, so that might not be a bad idea. Now, where's the save point again? Over here? Let's just save first, and then we'll port over to Helives and kind of just see what's in the area, I guess? I doubt the prince is here. Yeah, that's Komoana. Hey. Can't just sleep in front of the stove all day, have to go outside and play with me. Good old puppers. And I'm not seeing any exclamation points or anything, so... let's go to Helives and see what's there. Maybe we can run into something in Helives? Yeah, there's a few extra talking points here. What's up?
You there, Exorcist! Do you know what happened to the Praetor? Lady Teresa? She used to be in charge here. Lady Teresa is the only one who can restore law and order in our town.
Sorry, friend. Lady Teresa is, unavailable right now.
The citizens of Helives are awaiting her return. Even if the Lord of Calamity herself were to attack, I won't budge until Lady Teresa returns to us.
What will refusing to move accomplish?
If my life is in danger, I know Lady Teresa will come to save me. Her.
Oh.
And that ice
right, this guy.
Teresa won't
right,
be
the
coming
simp.
back.
What?
I forgot about him.
You love Teresa. You shouldn't rely on her to protect you. You should become strong enough to protect her.
Whoa, that burning glare of yours. I think I like it.
Jesus, this guy's a simp and a masochist. This guy needs to... I would say get stepped on, but he would probably enjoy that, actually. So... what's the right wording for him? Someone needs to throw water in his face. That's what needs to happen. Let's see. What other talking points do we have? Hello.
We're planning evacuation routes. We need to be ready if the Calamity or Demon show up in town.
When the Calamity attacked the first time, there was massive confusion. Some children got hurt in all the madness. We're preparing evacuation routes so that we can all flee out to the sea if anything happens.
Probably a smart decision.
But it will be hard to evacuate the entire town by boat. You'd best prepare a land route too.
That's a good point. But wouldn't a land route run the risk of being attacked by demons?
I mean, so does the sea
You
route.
need to guard it as heavily as you do the city gates. It would be best if you could devise a way to prevent demons from intercepting the escape route, but...
Some of the exorcists lost use of their money. We can't count on the Abbey's garrison to help us.
Nope.
I'll send a request for aid to the Abbey. But please, don't give up. Try to think of something.
Of course. There's no way we'll give up. You can't rely on someone
See,
else.
and this is why you need to fear humans. Because humans have ingenuity. And overall...
even if they refuse to trust a traitor like me, they won't ignore the plight of the people here in Helives.
And I mean, if they're gonna be your friends anyways, maybe they'll just listen to you.
Take a look at
16. Ooh.
What a treasure!
Crimson Crystal. Said to balance the energies between our own dimension and another. In new area. Nice. Yes, because we're apparently still missing all the treasure from here. Alright. What else you got, friend? Because we're probably just gonna warp around the towns just to see what else we can grab. Although this is kind of around end time, usually.
How long are you going to sit there crying? You can't be a fisherman if you're afraid of some Lord of Calamity.
The demons that wrecked this town are still alive. Who knows when they'll show up again?
How about
Yeah.
right now?
Sniveling idiot! Keep whining like that, and this calamity whatever will keep walking all over you!
But what can we do? We can't even defeat a single demon.
That's why we take our boats, catch some fish, and make sure we've got enough food to keep on surviving. Didn't they drill anything into that fool head of yours in school?
He kind of sounds like Vegeta in a way. Maybe in a slightly deeper voice, but
Too hot for any demons to get near.
mainly tone of voice and just the way that he speaks makes him seem like Vegeta. That's not necessarily a bad thing. And I don't suppose that's Benwick. No, Benwick is just kind of here, so if he wants to talk... Oh.
Welcome back! I take it you defeated the Legates.
Yes, but that still leaves Inominat and the Shepherd.
Onward ho to the last battle! Oh, I picked up something nice for you. Here.
Oh, an apple. What is that?
An apple?
It's a
Matter?
fortune apple.
Oh.
Good luck charm. No real powers, but they're hard to find.
Come on, Velvet.
They're pretty lucky.
Just eat the apple.
Fortune apple.
But we're the bad guys, aren't we? Maybe what we need is bad luck instead.
I think the Reaper's got that covered.
Aw, that's just mean.
I mean, it's
Well,
true, though.
I appreciate the thought. Thanks, Benwick. I love apples.
Just don't eat it.
I couldn't eat it, even if I wanted.
Oh.
Moment. That's right. My power to consume is a part of Inominat. If that's true, then...
What is it?
You want a bite? Delicious fortune apple.
No way.
Hmm.
That's a good luck charm.
That it is. One to give you the courage you need to survive.
So, where's our final destination?
The Empyrean's throne.
Sail for Port Zexon.
Okay. Velvet thought of something. I don't quite know what it actually computes to.
Do you think
Jesus.
that with Inominat's power waning,
Come
people
on.
will be free again?
Well, the pirates are acting like pirates again. May take longer for others, but I think it's happening.
What do you think of traveling around to see
Also,
for
I
ourselves?
won't lie, I am kind of running out of energy, so...
I'd like to meet
We
the
didn't quite hit any of the side quests, unfortunately, so next stream will probably be primarily the side quests. We may skip the optional bosses, and then just go kill Artorias.
Yep, gods live by their own rules. Our business
I don't know,
with
it's a hard
Inominat
call.
doesn't concern them. You are
We could
right.
honestly just go long next week as well, so that way we could finish them.
Situation before our battle. As we go around,
Yeah,
we might find
why don't we
out
just
more about what
start with
Artorias
tackling
is
the
up
side
to.
quests next stream.
Just don't eat him. Got it?
I won't. Don't worry.
Anyways, talk with you. Yeah, we can do maybe start with side quests, then we can go kill the... Are you fucking kidding me? Another one?
Do the rivers flow with good drink?
Now that you mention it. But no, different island.
Hmm.
I'm talking about you as a swordsman. The demons there all run around the island in suits of armor and helmets and stuff.
Oh. So the
demons
armored...
are not unusual.
Yeah, but what
Yeah,
I
the
heard
armored
tell
demon
is that all
island.
the exorcists
Okay.
who got sent there came back with their swords broken. I don't know if they've got swords too, or if their armor is just.
And I guess that'll give me an option to grind off stream as well.
Well then.
So I can just do my auto with these things, because the auto seems smart enough to just kind of deal with it.
Oh yeah, I know.
And that way I can grind money, and I can grind items, and I can grind experience. And I can kind of just do that while I'm watching other people's streams anyways, so... And while I'm just doing other things.
So the demons on that island.
Also, just to show the strength, I guess, of my computer, I forgot that I left Final Fantasy XIV running, so I think we still have Cedric kind of just floating in the sky on the polar bear right now.
What is wrong with you?
But at the very least, I like my computers, and I know how to treat them well. Let's see, Zexon is where it wants us to go. And then we can go to all the Class 4 islands, but we kind of have to go to Zexon. So... sure? They are going to stop us, okay. So what's going on then? Is she going to play on the whole consuming as a part of my thing?
So, what was it you needed to say to me alone?
Where's Laphicet?
He wanted to stand watch with me, but I forced him to get some rest. After all this fighting, he needs it.
I owe you.
Yeah, always gotta make sure to take care of your computers.
Just like the one who named him.
He's nothing like me. His motivation comes from hope.
But they're at least getting along now, so that's good.
The wind is nice.
Yes.
But what are we getting out of this?
Sadness, but it's also filled with beauty. The endless ocean, the islands in the south, even the frozen tundra and the mountains that spew fire.
It is.
Yeah, when I take my glasses off, it's fairly obvious that I need them still.
All that beauty.
Wait.
This is the world that Laphie always yearned to travel. I finally understand what he saw when he sat looking out over the ocean.
Getting closer with her brother.
Eleanor,
that's always
I
nice.
have a single favor to ask of you. If anything happens to me, take care of Laphicet.
What? Is something the matter?
There's a high likelihood that we can die, or at least Velvet will die.
Fundamentally the same. I have a theory. No, theory is too rational. A different part of me, something separate from my hatred, wants me to do something.
Okay, so what do you got, Velvet?
This world with hope.
That's a weird thing.
You don't mean...
So the sacrifice of Velvet.
Humor me, okay? If the worst happens, I'm counting on you.
You may not have a choice in this, Eleanor.
I understand. You have my word. I'll look after Laphicet.
That would definitely suck.
This momentary weakness, I can't. My oath is to obey your orders until my dying breath.
I'd almost forgotten about all that. Good thing I kicked your butt after all.
Yeah, I'd say that's a relatively well-thought relationship between them. So they got through good character development throughout the whole game, and overall I'd say that kind of wraps up the entire plot between them fairly well, except for maybe one point near the end I can think of.
The suppression field is gone.
And in its place, rampaging demons.
We expected that.
Yeah.
Thanks for everything.
I only did what I felt like doing. Who needs thanks for that?
Let's go. We have a fight to finish with the shepherd.
So, by saying rampaging demons, I'm assuming that's going to imply that the bosses are roaming.
I think that'll only cause more of a stir in the cities.
Without the Abbey's exorcists, the people will have a hard time quelling demons.
Yep. Unfortunately, the people aren't really fit to actually fight them.
Reality. I've learned to think for myself rather than let others do the thinking for me. It's painful and frightening, and comes with great responsibility. But this is who I am now. It's on me to own up.
And good job, Eleanor.
Moving forward.
Always gotta make sure you're fighting strong.
But I don't mind having you around.
Yes. I'm not weak like I used to be.
No, you aren't.
You don't have to bear the weight of the world alone, though.
Although I guess overall, with the whole development between Velvet and Eleanor throughout all this, it has kind of been like they've been taking aspects of each other during all the character development, where Eleanor has obviously forsaken on her goody two-shoes to think for herself, but Velvet has kind of drifted away of thinking only of herself to actually think about others as well.
We put all our faith in you because you
By Eleanor, you cannot let others think for you and dodge responsibility.
So how can you tell us you can't defeat the demons because you can't control
That is true. That is true.
I don't understand why we've lost the ability to control our Malachim. But even without my Malak arts, I will fight to my dying breath to protect all of you. So please,
alright, buddy.
Calm down.
Hey, buddy, if you want to still swing for the fences,
says anymore. What are you looking at? Yeah, you there.
just make it up as you go, run away from problems.
Muscles! Get
Oy.
here! I'm not through with you!
Please stop. I understand that you're worried and upset, but now isn't the time to be fighting amongst ourselves. Please.
Yeah, buddy, just calm down a little bit.
Help us fight off the madness.
Like, I get that the Abbey is not necessarily a good point, but like...
That's not good enough for you. You can face me instead.
Guess I'm sorry.
That exorcist has some serious backbone.
Yeah, that's kind of how you actively talk with people. And it's not necessarily like forcing your authority on people anymore, especially since most of the exorcists are functionally powerless and kind of just traditionally trained warriors. But that's how you handle that with tact. Let's see here. Have a conversation with one of the merchants. Where is it actually? Oh, yeah, there we go. Now it wants to show us them. Okay. So yeah, they're at least labeled now. We can kind of just go and do them. But considering it's midnight, then... yeah, it's a little after midnight now, isn't it? I'd say that kind of gives us a good stopping point, since we at least have a recommendation for where we'll need to go. And we're not exactly hell-bent on going to the Empyrean's Throne, just it would be the quickest area to go to. Because if we go back here, I'm assuming we can just go wherever the fuck we want, right? Fenwick? Can we go wherever we want? Yep. Okay, that's how you set up all the side quests and such. Cool. Makes sense to me. Let's just save then. Up. And then next stream, we will work on grabbing the side quests and finishing off the rest of the game. So next week will be a finishing stream, which will be an 8 PM to whenever we finish. I will make sure to actually have chocolate milk on hand, just so that way we aren't running out of energy at midnight on a Friday. And I guess that half an hour idle time definitely kicked in. That's not too bad. But for now, I'd say that wraps things up fairly well on my side. Now, I have to put this in the right world since I'm not really working on Cedric right now. Data center, Aether, oh, there we go. I can work on that later. But for now, I'd say that's a good place to wrap up, just so that way we can work on maybe side quests, well, mostly side quests tomorrow, side quests, optional bosses, and the last little bit of the game, which I'd imagine is just the Artorias fight into Artorias armatizing, and then maybe a third phase to it. I'm not sure how Tales Games kind of deals with their end bosses, but it'd be a little anticlimactic if it's not like a 3-phase fight. But other than that, going forward, the stream tactics will work a little bit differently, just because tomorrow, like I mentioned, won't be 4-Job Fiesta because Nikki is out, and I believe Lemma is going to be a bit busy with something. So it's more so just going to be me on my own, just doing Monster Hunter Stories 2 tomorrow night at 8 PM to whenever I feel like stopping, to be completely honest with you, because all things considered, we could probably play Monster Hunter Stories for a while. But before that, we'll have Shovel Knight, King of Cards, 1 PM to roughly 5 PM or so. And then Sunday, we will continue with just Monica. Because just Monica, trust me. But for the moment, at least, I'd say that's good. So let's just see someone that we can pass y'all over to. And enjoy your rest, Leah. At twitch.tv. Following. And thank you very much for joining me, Nan. And thank you everyone for joining in. Oh, cool. I apparently have Irie emotes now. Cool. I guess Irie had a bit of a subathon today. I didn't really expect to get a gift sub, but oh well. I guess that's worth checking then. Is Irie actually doing an active subathon right now, or was that a while ago? I'm guessing that was a while ago, because Ira usually gets a few more viewers than I do. Oh. Irene is still going. That's true. Am I following Irene on this account? I don't think I am following Irene on this account. Odd. But all things considered, I have a different raid target in mind, so raid 1, raid 2, raid there now. Because we don't get to talk with Zay very often. So, it'll be a good point to let Zay know that they are loved and that they should fucking open up their subscriptions and open affiliate, because I know they've hit it. And nothing will actually stop us from actually getting them into affiliate eventually. But for now, I want to thank everyone for stopping by the freezer. Hopefully had a fantastic night. We'll be going live again tomorrow around 1 p.m. EDT with Shovel Knight King of Cards, hopefully figuring out what the fuck we can do in that game, because the card game mechanic isn't bad, but I was kind of playing as a platformer, so having a card game kind of shoved in there isn't my cup of tea at the very least. So, hopefully you all have a good night. I will see you all tomorrow for some Shovel Knight and some Monster Hunter Stories too, and hopefully enjoy the rest of your sleep. Bye-bye.